Hi! Hey, Ninja. Hello. When I'm not clicked on the game, it doesn't play music, so oh well. We are going to be doing demos today, so welcome to the stream. We are going to be starting with TOUCHSTARVED, and then I downloaded the beauty with which only the beast knows, and a third one that is an actual word that means things. I know that sounds crazy. Diffraction. So we've got a few demos to start. So we're starting with TOUCHSTARVED because this is the one I downloaded first. That's how we decide things. And I'm pretty excited about it. It was loaded earlier, but now it's acting like it's not. I'm hoping this sounds good. Does my controller... Oh no! I can't use my controller. I don't like using a mouse. I'm a baby. You know what? That makes sense. It's a PC game. We have disclaimers. Be prepared. We have disclaimers. Streamers and content creators should turn music volume to 0 in order to disable copyright. All right, you got it. This is a demo of the TouchStar prologue and not the finished product. Okay, thank you. As you can tell, I didn't read ahead. Okay, TouchStarve is intended for an older audience. It contains mature content that includes, but is not limited to, horror, graphic violence, strong language, alcohol, drug reference, injuries, dismemberments. Player's discretion is advised. If you accept these warnings, please click to proceed. All right, tutorial. When TouchStarved, your choices matter. The decisions you make may result in unique dialogue, interactions, or even choices in red text, which contain exclusive content. Try playing through the demo more than once and choose different options. You might even uncover a secret ending. And remember, there is no wrong choice, only interesting ones. Choose wisely and save often. So this is a spooky game. It kind of is spooky. I would agree with that statement. It's not... Oh, what did I do? Oh, okay. Oh, whoa, I didn't even know this was an option. Interesting. Okay, control, left click, progresses text. Mouse wheel, I learned this just now, rewinds text and dialogue, progresses text and dialogue up and down. Space bar, hide the UI. Huh. I was doing that because I was actually trying to do something on here. I forgot what it was, though. Interesting. Well, Leah, that is my name. It is a spooky game, but it is still choose my pronouns. She, her. Options before I get too far. They said to turn the music all the way down, so we're gonna. Which means I wish I had music playing. I don't. This world began to unravel long before you were born, as it always is. It began with fogfall. Hey, hang on, hang on. Do we not have... Don't give me a word like this and not let me click on it. Spectral mist bled from the seams where reality wore so thin it split. And from the fog emerged monsters, inhuman beings with unnatural powers. Some possessed languages and intellect, and others were mindless beasts, driven by little more than the desire to slaughter. As cities fell and unrest spread, humans united in their fear while monsters thrived in the chaos. And then there's you. That's not scary at all. You're not sure if you're human. You were born cursed, with hands that alter the minds of anyone you touch. Choose your backstory. Oh, okay. I get to choose stuff? What? All right, the unnamed. You were raised as an oracle in a remote temple. The priest claimed your touch bestowed enlightenment, but a visiting mage revealed your curse for what it is. Following the mage's word, you fled in search of the cenobium. You regularly experience unnatural premonitions that rattle your body and soul. An innate sixth sense gives you a heightened aware of hidden supernatural presence around you. The fallen oracle. All right, the hound, a forsaken thief. You were raised by society's outcasts, criminals who accepted you when nobody else would. Your partner in crime, a friend since childhood, helps you steal enough money for a cure, then betrayed you. They left you with only enough coin to travel to Cenodium. Cenobium? Please give me something. Your last hope. You have sharply honed social intuition. You can survive and even thrive in the violent underbelly of any city using your experience with the underworld to get ahead. Nice. The Alchemist, an abandoned mage. An exiled Cenobium mage took you in as a child, raising you as her apprentice. She seemed to take pity on your curse, but you discover that she was cultivating you as a team test subject. You fled to the Cenobium seeking a cure. You are an experienced spellcaster with encyclopedic knowledge of alchemy, spellcraft, and history. With a little observation, you can identify the subtle effects of magic. Go with the unnamed. That one seems fun. Your name is Leah. You select she, her pronouns. Your backstory is the unnamed. Is this correct? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I don't know if that means I have to pick other ones or. Oh, oops. Well, I did my best. Ooh. The wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see. There's nothing out here but death, the ever present stench of decay, and countless sun bleached bones cast like seeds across the barren land. I can't say death doesn't scare me, but to tell the truth, I'm desperate. It's been 2 weeks since I joined a caravan bound across the waste. Finding a group that would accept me was a trial in itself. As rations grew sparse and my canteen can ran dry, I began to despair, but then I saw it. Aridia, the city of knowledge, one of the last bastions of humanity left in the world, and home to the famous academy called the Synodium. I want you to give me, like, don't do this to me and not give me a dictionary entry. All the world's knowledge gathered in one place. If there's anywhere I'll find a cure for this curse, it's there. I I clicked. Okay. All that stands between me and a cure is a final stretch of salt-soaked waste, or so I think, until I see the first tendrils of fog snaking beneath the wagon. Oh, this is also cute. Actually, wait, I remember. I remember. Hang on. Look at that background. Wow. Look at the bones. Lovely bones. Super beautiful bones. I'm taking a screenshot. Everything's fine. Okay. I hit it twice. I hit it again. I didn't mean to. That was an accident. That time I didn't mean to. Is this fogfall? My stomach sinks at the very whisper of it. A silent storm, more devastating than fire, dangerous in cities, but a death sentence beyond them. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us, smothering out the lanterns. The wagon lurches to a stop. Honestly, it'd be funny if I turn on my switch. Hear me out. Open, open a game, so that the music has something going on in the background. It's so deadly quiet. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us, smothering out our lanterns. The wagon lurches to a stop. An eerie silence, heavy as the mist falls over us. The only warning we get is the strangled scream. Stay back! No! The cry dissolves into wet gurgling. Then the wagon violently pitches to the side. I hit the ground hard. The air punches out from my lungs. When I open my eyes, adrenaline lends suddenly awful clarity to the carnage around me. I could try freestyle rapping for music. The problem with that is that if I'm freestyle rapping, I can't actually read what's happening. It's the only problem I see with that. A trader I once shared bread with lies face down in the mud, their back reduced to a long string of torn muscle, gleaming glis- gristle, and exposed bones. Bodies litter the wasteland. What I need to do is actually get music on here so that there's music playing. Let's see. You know what? Let's go with this is interesting. I have never opened this game. We'll see. Oh. Oh no. I try to rise, but my ankle explodes with pain, so blinding. White blooms across my vision. Only when my eyes adjust do I see the dark shape in front of me. A soulless stoops over the twisted form of the caravan. I freeze, but it swivels its head, a dozen bulging eyes twitching in my direction and blinks all at once. Oh no, I don't know if I like it. Hear me out. It's scary. Hang on, I'm doing one little thing on Discord. I messed up and forgot to put at everyone, and I feel bad. All right, I'm also getting this open. We're gonna press any button to continue. Hang on. Hang on, we're cooking, we're cooking. I have to minimize this for just a second to open this, and then I can bring this back up. I know what I'm doing, I just don't look like I know what I'm doing. That is a Cthulhu monster. That is a Cthulhu monster. Oh, wrong one. I'm trying to make sure that is it you? Nope, nope. Oh, no, it is that. Okay, cool. I'm trying to make sure that doesn't play in the background. We're gonna open options. See if this helps us not be trapped in no sound. There we go. There's some background sound. I freeze. A dozen bulging eyes twitch in my direction and blink as one. The soulless lets out an ear-splitting shriek and runs at me. But right before it reaches me, the beast barrels past, vanishing into the mist. Distantly, a hoarse scream in the dark. Screams in the dark. I need to move now. Oh no, hang on. Head towards, run for the city. We take off running deep into the haze. The fog is so thick that I fear I'm headed to the wrong direction until I see a dim pinprick of light emanating from the shadows of a spire. It's faint, but it's enough. I came too far to die here. Rapid footsteps echo all around me. I turn in circles, frantically searching for opaque mist for the source, but the fog fall twist in stretching sounds. Suddenly, the caravan's driver burst forth from the fog. Our eyes meet too late. Oh no. He slams into me, knocking me to the ground, and slips in a patch of mud. The soulless falls on him, and as soon as he slows, it catches the driver by his throat and racks his stomach with razor-sharp claws. He comes apart like wet paint, spilling intestines and viscera in a streaming tide. Oh my. Fighting the urge to heave, I claw frantically through the slippery muck for a handhold. Shit. My hand catches on the jagged edge of a rib jutting up from the water. Just a regular rib. I thought it was going to be like a rib something. Bandages unfurl around the gorge, torn deep into my palm. The pain quickly forgotten when a hand closes around my wrist. Can you stand? That's how you get an infection, right? You bandage it without cleaning? What the heck? One of the travelers from the caravan leans over me. Okay, now we can see what he looks like. Is that me? Is that my hand? Why is it yellow? Keep hitting the buttons. All right, once the traveler from the caravan leans over me, we need to run. They reach for my hand, and I realize too late that my bandages have come undone. Wait, was I wearing the bandages the whole time? Oh, okay. Because I'm a monster. I was wearing bandages the whole time. That makes perfect sense. No, don't touch me. The sensation of their thumb brushing the back of my hand sends a shiver down my spine. We're rogue. I just remembered we're rogue. We have a power. Don't touch me. Got it. All it takes is one touch and TOUCHSTARVED. I just figured out the name of the game. Oh my god. I put TOUCHSTARVED, aren't we all? But no, I'm not like this. All right, all it takes is one touch, and in that space of a breath, my curse takes hold. Their lips peel back into a deranged grin. She dying now? You dying? What's happening? That is Mr. Smiley if I've ever seen it. Yeah. No, I've seen this face countless times before. This is my curse. Madness of my own making. Their grip on my hand tightens until pain radiates from my knuckles. Let me go. Suddenly, clammy hands crush my throat, choking off my breath. Die. Spit bubbles at the corner of my mouth and flecks my face. The edges of my vision darkens as my lungs scream for air. Did I get the bad ending already? Scream for help. Is someone gonna help me? Isn't there a giant monster here? Why would someone help me? Oops, hang on, return. I don't like that. I accidentally touch that wheel all the time. Okay. Scream for help. I tried to scream, but the finger squeezing my windpipe cut me off. The more I struggle, the tighter their grip grows. My pulse hammers in my ears, slowing with each thudding beat. This can't be happening. I'm gonna die. Not because of the fog fall or the solace, but because of my own curse. Tears sting my eyes. No, not here. Not like this. The hand drops from my neck, leaving me wheezing for air. My lungs burn with each ragged cough. My vision clears and the traveler's face takes shape, hovering inches from mine, lips still split in a macabre smile, even as blood seeps between their teeth. They gave one last shuddering breath, then slump over the claws hooked through their stomach. The soulless shoves the body aside, and the glowing eyes, stubbing its leathery skin, thin as though grinning. Okay. Pop off, lizard man. There's a flash of claws, red spills across my vision. I thought there'd be pain, but as I sink into the murky waters, all I can feel is the grit of silt filling my mouth and the icy embrace of shallow water. Distantly, I notice an arm resting among the outcrop of weeds, mine neatly severed at the elbow. Oh no! It should have taken both arms. Without them, maybe I could have survived. Maybe I could have had a home. Instead, I'll die cold, alone, and face down in a desolate wasteland. Oops, a fitting end for a monstrosity like me. If this is death, it's not as bad as I feared. The cold is gone, as is the choking stench of bog water. I could drift forever, cocooned in oblivion, until all thoughts and sensation vanished. No curse, nobody howling at me in madness and terror, nothing at all. The thought has a terrible appeal to it. Okay, what just happened? Did that... Okay. Don't do that to me, game. Don't shake the text, because I think I've missed something. But the next moment I take a reflective breath, air pours into my lungs, then out again in a ragged gasp. Ugh. Feelings come flooding back. Warm clothes on my bare skin, a firm surface underneath me, a strange tang of sulfur in the air. Do not be afraid. Well, I'm afraid. Ah! I twist my head towards the voice. Tears flood my blurry vision as the bright glow of a lamplight. Try not to move. The voice is calm, steady, and commanding, but more importantly, it's a stranger's voice. One thought cuts through my mental fog. I have no idea who this is, and I'm completely at their mercy. Stay away from me. How did you get here? My words come out in a little more than a creaky whisper. I clamp my mouth shut, hating how weak and helpless I sound. No. No? Who the hell is this? Who do you think you are? Telling me no. I meant to close this window. There's a bunch of windows open. Honestly, I thought you were already dead. I thought I got a bad ending. Sit up. I managed to push myself up on my one elbow, but my head swims and my surroundings give an alarming lurch. A stubborn patient. I don't have the strength to dignify that with a response. In response, instead, I pull the sheets up higher and wipe my eyes until my vision clears. The stranger towers over my prone form. Warm light reflects off his pristine medical coat. Okay. Got papers. It looks like he's an alchemist at the very least. All of the things. I instinctively shrink back, and that's when I notice that I'm completely naked except for a thin linen sheet. Naked, lying on a low cot with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching me. Do I have a button for this? Hang on. My controller has a button that makes the wheel not so sensitive. I have a very sensitive mouse wheel. Naked, lying on a low cot with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching my every move, the man's gaze flickering to my exposed, unbandaged hand. I plunge my hand under the sheets to hide them from sight. Though it's too late, he must have noticed what they look like. Also, didn't you have one detached from your body? Strange, cursed, inhuman. I brace myself for his inevitable suspicion and disgust, but his expression does not even flicker from the courteous smile. He just watches in placid silence as I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? Be calm. You are safe. Whoever this is, he clearly has no idea who or what I am. I've never been safe anywhere with anyone. Even the shrine of my childhood, the one sanctuary I ever knew, turned out to be a horrible lie. I scowl, pulling the sheet protectively around myself. Where are my clothes? The man's golden eyes narrow slightly. A sharp sigh rustles the papers in his hands. I see you are not to be dissuaded. Your clothes were torn to shreds when I found you, but I procured replacements. Ooh, it's so cute. What the heck? Look at that. I mean, am I here? Is this where I'm at? What's happening? With a soft creak, he stands from his chair, giving me a better view of my surroundings. I seem to be in some sort of medical clinic. said, okay. Bottles of silvery alchemicals concoctions line the counters in a neat row. The air makes my nose twitch, a faint whiff of smoke, and something distinctively metallic that I can't quite place. The doctor produces a large, dense bundle of cloth, which he set at the foot of my cot. He's easily a head taller than most, and I have to crane my neck to look up at him. Could you step out? He's already seen me naked. Thanks. I should be polite if I can, especially since I don't know who this is, what he can do, or what he wants with me. Meeting his gaze sends a hot frisson down my spine. Something about him nags at me like a half-formed memory I can't place. Thank you. You're welcome. I will leave you to get dressed. With a curt nod, he leaves through a narrow door. I hear a soft click as the lock turns behind him. I count to 3 in the sudden silence. When I don't hear any more footsteps, I reach for the bundle of clothes. An itch on my elbows stops me short. I reach down absently to rub it, then freeze when my fingers meet a neatly lined of stitches. I know what I saw. That beast took my arm clean off. And yet my arm shows no signs of injury apart from the black stitch poking through my skin. I gingerly flex my fingers, feeling my heart race at the sensation. This is impossible. I should be dead, or at the very least, gasping out my last breath. I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the pleasant dream to unravel, to wake up bleeding out in the swamp, but nothing happens. The seconds tick by, and my arm remains resolutely healed. My surroundings pristine and quiet. In numb disbelief, I reach for the replacement clothes and begin stiffly pulling them on. They're thicker and warmer than mine were, with a black woolen cloak to go with them, but there's one thing still missing: my bandages. The golden-eyed man didn't leave me with any, even though I know he saw my hands. I slid off the bed and take a few unsteady steps towards one of the drawers. If this is indeed a doctor's clinic, there must be bandages somewhere. I start opening drawers at random, and of course, that's when the door swings open once more. Are you looking for something? I whirl around, clutching a thick roll of clean bandages. I try to step back from him, but my legs bump me up against the cot. Your caution is understandable, though if I meant you any harm, you would know. That doesn't make me feel better in the slightest, but he makes no move towards me, so I quickly wind the bandages around my hands. The glowing scar and molted skin disappear under a layer of clean white cotton. May I ask why you need additional bandages? I clenched my jaw. I knew it would only be a matter of time before he asked about my hands. Though the way he does, it is strangely roundabout. Say nothing, glare at him, decline to answer. All of these are the same. Well, that's a very personal question, and I don't really want to answer. Is that so? Surely you realize that I can only help if you tell me what ails you. An involuntary snort of laughter escapes me. Where would I even begin? Would he even believe me if I told him? No. Best to keep my curse to myself for now and learn more about him first. Who are you? You can call me Kuros? Kuros? And where exactly am I? Eridia, which I assume was your caravan's destination. I can think of nowhere else for a group of travelers to go. Eridia, so I made it to the city of knowledge after all. I should feel relieved, but all I can manage is a vague sense of increasing unease. How did I end up here? I brought you to my clinic, of course. You're the only survivor from the caravan, barely clinging to life. You needed immediate treatment. which you provided? Yes. He says it so simply, as if I'm a small child and he's explaining basic addition to me. I frowned and flexed my fingers on my recently healed arm. Aside from being a bit stiff, it feels fine, thoroughly attached to me. You're saying that you stitched my arm back on? Pardon. A Solus attacked the caravan. It ripped everyone to shreds. It tore my arm clean off. But when I woke up here, I trail off bewildered. I've never heard of any magic that could heal a mortal's wounds like that. What kind of person could do such a thing? The doctor, Karas, pinched the bridge of his nose. He sits back down in his chair, quiet for a long time. I do not know where you came from, but Eridia is a city of knowledge and deathly secrets alike. Information is power, and it's mostly unwise to give or receive it freely. Since you have refused to divulge your secrets, I will not divulge mine. I do not even know your name. You are new to Eridia, so I will overlook this specific breach of etiquette. However, you should not expect others to extend the same courtesy. Do you understand? He looked pointedly at me, at my freshly bandaged hands. Loath though I am to admit it, he has a point. I'm also a complete stranger to him, and if he's telling the truth, he saved my life. I take a deep, steady breath. This time when I speak, I sound a bit more like myself. Leah. My name is Leah. It's a pleasure to meet you, Leah. There's a little more warmth in his smile, his polite demeanor back in an instant. I already said thank you. Well, I guess that was for the close. Thank you for saving me. Why did you save me? Thank you for saving my life. I chance a smile in return, even if he won't explain how he did the impossible. There's no doubt in my mind that I'd be dead if not for Karis. Think nothing of it. I'm not sure if he's just being excessively courteous, but his words only rise. I hit a button. Are the buttons working now? Hang on, I'm just trying this. Thank you for saving my life. Oh no, wait, what did that do? I don't know what the buttons do on the controller. I moved it because I wasn't using it. It was just sitting in my lap, and there's a bunch of games right here. Oh no, should I just unplug you? What am I doing? I'm clicking buttons. Where are you, my dude? I have too many controllers. Oh, to be me with 3 controllers sitting beside you. Okay, the buttons do work on that. I just don't know how they work. I'm not sure if he's just being excessively courteous, but his words only raise more urgent questions. But I have to ask, why did you save me? You don't know me. Questions seem to startle Chorus. Could hardly leave you to die in the waste. Assisting those in need is the very essence of a doctor's duty. I've never met a doctor who also handed out free clothes. My fingers find the edge of the cloak. There's a subtle but delicate embroidery patterned around the hem. I try not to think about what kind of price Chorus might have paid, might ask for such a well-made clothes. No, I suppose not. Forgive my presumptuous. I rarely come across so fascinating a patient. I blink. What did he just say? I simply meant that few would cling to life so resolutely or brave such a perilous journey to Eridia. I could not help but be curious about you, Leah. His voice dips in a soft murmur as he abruptly looks away from me. You're pretty curious yourself. Am I? Well, I haven't forgotten about my arm. I wiggle my attached fingers at him. Yoodaloo. Clearly not. But you haven't asked me for any payment either. I require none from you. Travelers do not have an abundance of coin, and it would be unethical to leave you desolate in a strange place. Do I have anything? He said my clothes were torn to shreds. Like, would I have anything on me after that? I'm trying to scooch closer to the desk since I'm actually using my mouse. I don't usually use my actual mouse when playing games. I fall silent, unsure of what to say. It's that nobody would help a whore like me for free. There has to be some kind of catch or trick, right? A loud knock on the front door stops our conversation cold and spares me from having to say anything else. Duty calls. Unfortunately, you are not my only patient today. The knocking grows more insistent, and Chorus lets out a tired sigh. Please wait your turn. Though he said it quietly, the clamor of the other side of the door abruptly stops. Do you need anything before you leave, Mia? Oh. Between the Solus attack and my miraculous survival, I almost forgot why I came to Aridia in the first place. I need directions to the Cenobium. The Cenobium? I'm going to say it differently every time I say it, by the way. The look on his face is downright chilling. He pauses, choosing his words with cold deliberation when he speaks again. Whatever you seek, it is very unlikely you'll find it there. The Cenobium gates open for precious few visitors. Even if they did, you would not like the sound you found, like what you found inside. My heart sinks. Is he saying that I came all this way for nothing, risked my life and limb for nothing? That can't be. I only just arrived. And Aridia is the largest city still standing. There has to be a cure for me here. Then if not Cenobium, where would you suggest? Do you know anyone else in Aridia? I shake my head. Then I suggest a local guide. Head to the West Wick and ask for Lender. Excuse me, the wet what? The wet wick. You know, like the candle. He sounded deeply unamused. Follow the posting advertising Lender's bloodhounds. They are difficult to miss. When you meet Lender, tell him I sent you. That isn't much to go on, but Chorus points towards the clinic's back door. You will be safe as long as you do not draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done. I've always been a magnet for the worst sort of attention. If you require my assistance, you can return whenever you wish. He's giving Hisoka vibes. I think it's little dots under his eyes. And maybe his hair, like the way it sits on him. Though he's smiling, there's a note of finality in his voice. Resigned to my dismissal, I slip out the back door. Do I have money? I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alley. I pull the new cloak up over my nose. Again, I just barely touched. It's on no rotate. Like, this is me rotating it. It's not rotating. I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alley. I pull the new cloak up over my nose, stepping over the contents of chamber pots and have been emptied into the street. Something weighs heavily inside one of the cloak pockets, my coin purse. Everything is still inside, every last coin that I scraped together for the journey to Aridia. It doesn't even look like it was open. There were so few coins to begin with, they probably weren't worth stealing. He probably added more coins because he's so nice. I glanced back at the clinic's closed doors. Purus didn't take my payment. He didn't even ask for a future favor. But he also said that in Aridia's secrets are power. Does he expect me to give up mine at some point? That's not exactly a comforting thought, but still, no matter why he did it, Chorus gave me a second chance and a lead on where I might find help. I better get going before he changes his mind. I squeeze out of the alley and into the crowded main street. The line outside Corse's clinic stretches down the road already. Two thin peddlers queue alongside, whether elders. If any place is in desperate need of a free clinic, it's this one. The cobblestones are treacherously rough under my feet. Deep grooves worn between them by regular flooding and decades of hard use. I know Aradia was a river city, but I didn't expect it to look so eroded. The buildings are tired and dilapidated, all crammed together in narrow streets. Are they? I guess. Looks peaceful to me. And there's something else. A charge in the air, like the shift in the pressure before a storm. It's subtle, little more than a faint, persistent thumbing. But I can't seem to shake it. A child darts by, clutching something greasy wrapped in paper. The smell of fried food drifts over me. My stomach gives a faint gurgle. This morning's sketch, fried up, hot and fresh. Not too many eyeballs today. That sounds disgusting, but I'm starving, so I duck my head under the stall's grubby awning. A large fish leers up at me, its 3 bulging eyes still visible through the thick layer of crispy batter. The vendor gives me a gap-toothed grin. What's the cheapest thing you got? The vendor points to a metal basket of what looks like long strips of savory fried dough. Fresh long lods. 3 coppers apiece. Don't burn your mouth. I take the coin out, count them gingerly. At this rate, I might not even be able to afford dinner. Reluctantly, I drop the payment on the counter and take my meal. 2 streets later, I pass under a wrought iron archway adorned with dangling garland and red and pink lilies. Okay. The buildings in this quarter are a dizzying riot of colors, painted walls and tinted glass everywhere I look. Sheer red and pink curtains flutter in open doorways. Musical voices call out invitingly increase. Incense mingles with the pungent scent of flowers, barely covering the salt and muck of warm bodies. There must be Aradia's entertainment district. I'm polishing off my food and dusting the crumbs from my hands when I spot a poster. It featured the silhouette of a smiling man wearing a single dagger-like earring and the words "Bloodhounds" printed above his head, a motto, "As above love, so below," circled in the artwork. If Leiden is the leader of the Bloodhounds, then the face printed on this poster is likely his. I follow the line of identical posters around a corner and nearly hit my head on a precariously dangling wooden sign. Looking up, faded orange letters read "The Wet Wick." The facade of the building looks like it's seen better days, but I hear faint music and laughter coming from inside. That's cute. The inside of the bar is a far cry from the abandoned exterior. It's not even midday, yet most of the tables and booths are occupied by a loose assembly of people in matching green cloaks. Bustling bars are not something I'm used to, but I steel myself with a deep breath before pushing forward. A cursory glance doesn't turn up anyone with a dagger-shaped earring. I'm about to head towards the counter when a chant rises from the center of the room. Show! 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 The remaining green cloaks abandon the bar and their boots to rush towards the center of the room in a sudden torrent. There's no time to move out of the way. I'm caught swept along in the ill-stenched current. Hey! Rhythmic chanting drowns out my voice. I thrash, throwing out my elbows as the press of bodies grow heavier. My hips knock into a table. I grip it, holding on tight to steady myself. The crowd has stilled. The chanting stops. A pair of gilded boots stride across the tabletop. Seriously, you dogs, again? Scattered laughter and cheers rise from the audience. I drag my eyes upwards. A well-dressed man stands at a table in front of me, his broad shoulders framed by a thick lapel of a trench coat. This really is the last time, all right? This time, when he speaks, the audience falls silent as though bewitched by his magnetic presence or rich, low voice. But nothing is as captivating as his smile. He beams at the crowd around him, a performer on his makeshift stage. I thought this would be the cat boy, I won't lie. Don't blink or you'll miss it. He laughs, and the dagger-shaped earring dangles from his left ear, catches the light in the flash of gold. It would seem I found Lender. He raises his hand above the audience and snaps. A flash of pale green light, real magic, no ordinary stage trick blinds me. As the brilliance ebbs, my gaze refocuses on the mage towering above me. I mean, he doesn't look like any mage I've ever seen, but I give him a pass. He's got a pass. He flicks his wrist and the magic spiraling around him coalesces. A delicate flower stem sprouts from between his pincher fingers. One by one, glowing lily petals spring forth. With a flourish, the mage presents the conjured flowers. The audience bursts into claps and cheers. A genuine magic show was the last thing I expected from a place called the Wet Wick. Lender plucks the iridescent bouquet out of the air and turns in a slow circle, giving his audience a good look. Now who could use some good luck? Eager onlookers scoot closer to the table. Some reach for the lilies while the others whistle and call Lender's name. But his cool green eyes slide right over them, locking on me instead because I'm the main character of this story. How about you? My chest tightens. Every person gathered turns to stare at me. Take the flowers, refuse the flowers. My voice comes out weak, but I'd like someone else might appreciate them more. Lender's smile widens as though he didn't hear me at all. You seem like you could use something to brighten up your day. But as he speaks, the lilies fade away in a shower of opalescent light. To my surprise, Lender's laughs under his breath. That's the problem with flowers. They don't last long, but they leave an impression, right? He grins at me and I find myself smiling back. If he smiles like that, I agree. Lender steps off the table, dropping among the crowd and with an audible click. Give me 1 sec, I'm getting a call. don't know why it disappears when I do this. It's still real. I can still see it, but for some reason it's acting like it's not there. It's on my screen. I can see it still. Apparently this does not like... Oh, wait, there's an option to not capture cursor. I'll turn that off. It's still not doing it though. What the heck? Why'd my screen disappear? I'm literally still on it. I can see it. All I did was go to BRB game. Let's see. I don't know why it's doing this. What the heck? Okay, I don't know why it did that. What the heck? That took so long. Ah, my background! I don't know why it disappeared. Alright, is it doing the mouse anymore? Look, I did it so it takes the mouse away. Okay. That was kind of driving me crazy. Alright. Lender steps off the table, dropping among the excited crowd with an audible clink. Alright, bloodhounds, get back to your drink. Show's over. The green cloaks disperse at his command, returning to their tables and booths. Before I could make my way towards Lender, his eyes find me. He gives me a friendly wave, then beckons me over to the crowded counter. I manage to squeeze beside him, but there's so little room that his broad shoulders press against mine. I tense, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Is this your first time in Aradia? Says it lightly, but in a genuine air of curiosity. Do I stick out that much? No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a face as lovely as yours around Lowtown. My eyes flicker to the polished countertop. I'm not used to flattery, and being this close makes eye contact difficult. As if on cue, the bartender approaches us. What can I get you? Surprise me, and adds something from my friend wants to my tab. I was inspecting the generosity. Damn, everyone's out here going like, look at you. But I have to admit, I do feel a little thirsty after all the fried dough. I do feel thirsty too. You know what? I'll have what he's having. While the bartender leaves to fix our drinks, Lender leans his elbows on the counter. I'm close enough to notice the purple shade under his lower lid. His eyes wander over me in return, but when they lock on my bandaged hands, a sour taste rises in my throat. Here comes the question. So what brings you to Wick? Horace sent me. Pushes his hair back from his forehead, but it immediately falls right back into place. A curse of being this guy. Ah, so it's about war. The bartender returns with a pair of glasses filled with what I can only assume is beer. I raise my glass and give it an experimental sniff. It smells faintly yeasty, but with an undercurrent I can't quite place. A quick sip confirms my worst suspicion. It's awful. Somehow briny and sour in a way that reminds me of pickles. But as any thought of complaining dies the moment I look up and see Lender take a deep swig from his glass, he lets out a satisfied breath. How can I be of assistance? I need to get to Synodium. As soon as the word Synodium leaves my mouth, the entire bar flies silent. Bloodhounds twist around in their seats to gawk openly. Finally, an especially drunk one speaks up. The hell are you bringing up Cenobium here? Throw him out. This is bloodhound territory. Why? The what? The vitriol catches me off guard from the anger looks thrown my way. It's clear I've broken some unspoken rule just by mentioning the cenobium. But I guess I glance at Lender. He's drinking as though he hasn't noticed the uproar. Only when he catches me looking does he lower his glass. For the love of, he drags a hand down his face. Hey, keep it down, will ya? This is business. I tense, expecting an argument, but the outspoken bloodhounds silently return to their drinks. Only a handful continue to watch me warily. Sorry about them. The cenobium is a bit of a touchy subject in these parts. Mix in enough drinks and, well, you saw. How about we continue this outside? When I give him a terse nod, he pushes away from the bar counter. We've barely touched our drinks, sir. I follow Lender to an alleyway tucked behind the wet wick where layers of frayed bloodhounds posters have been plastered on the walls. Seeing them side by side, the resemblance between Lender and his likeness on the poster is impressive. Chorus didn't send you here for help with the cenobium, did he? From the look he gave me, he already knows the answer. I glance away. No, he didn't. He suggested I find an alternative. Yet here you are asking about them anyway. What do you need with the cenobium for? I don't want to tell him about my curse. The less people know about my capabilities, the better. Thankfully, Lender takes my reluctant silence as an answer. Well, I see you're already aware of the city's currency. Information's worth its weight in gold here. Chorus told me the truth. The cenobium's dangerous. Get on their bad side and they'll imprison you if you're lucky, or torture you if you're not. But the cenobium's supposed to be a place of learning, a sanctuary. The cenobium has always been heralded as the last bastion of human knowledge, a shining beacon of hope in the world steeped in nightmares. If any place held answers, it would be the cenobium. That's why I came here. That's what they want you to think. The things that seem too good to be true are often just that. Such a simple statement, and yet it leaves me reeling. If it's true, if I staked everything on a lie, then what now? Lender clears his throat. But as I always say, there's a solution to every problem and alternatives to every solution. Clasps his hands and turns to me with a brilliant smile. That's why Chorus pointed you to the bloodhounds. Let me help you. Whether it's hunting soulless, finding people, recovering stolen valuables, we can do all. And free of charge. I'm shaking my head before he even finishes his practice speech. My patience is wearing dangerously thin. Listen, I appreciate the offer, but my problem can't be solved by a group of good Samaritans. To my chagrin, Leda nods slowly. Then your problem must be fairly serious. And if the cenobium is your first choice, you're searching for a magical solution, aren't you? When my eyes widen, he nods along, as though he suspected all along. I'd be happy to help you out. That is, if you'll tell me what ails you. Leda might not work for the cenobium, but he is a mage. And a powerful one at that, if he demonstrated earlier in any indication. He made flowers. Isn't that like basic Mage 101 spells? I'm silent, plagued by indecision. I don't know if I can trust him, but it's not like I have any alternatives. I hate to admit it, but this could be my only path forward. My confession comes out in a pained whisper. I'm cursed. Cursed. Oh, now I'm very curious. What kind of curse? Something ancestral or more recent. He looks me up and down, takes in my face, my eyes, and finally my hands. It's your hands, isn't it? I wait until I'm certain my voice will remain steady before answering. My touch is dangerous. It changes people's hearts and hurts them? Oh, changes people, hurts them. Before I've even finished, Lendon begins taking off his gloves. He tugs his left hand free and flexes his fingers. Let's see it. He offers me his hand, and a prismatic flash of magic ripples across his palm, but I'm already shrinking backwards. I can't. I don't care how confident Lender is. I can't bring myself to hurt him, to see his kind face twist into a mask of madness. Believe me, this isn't an ordinary curse. I'll be fine. Perhaps where you came from, your affliction was strange and one of a kind, but spend a year in this city, you'll see 1,000 curses and thrice as many curses. Cures, thrice as many cures. My brain kept adding extra letters. Do you really think Chorus would send you here if I couldn't handle it? How should I know? I only met him today. I'm as good as any mage in the Synodium. Better even if you can't help. If they can't help, so can I. They can. You don't know what you're asking me. I'm asking you to trust me. I look from Lender's outstretched hand to his confident smile. Then, with a short breath, I began unwinding the bandage from my hand. Fine, but if you lose control, don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, you can tie me up first if that makes you feel better. Oh! With each joint I expose, I grow more and more certain that this is a terrible idea. Ready when you are? If he's bothered by the way my hand looks, he doesn't show. My fingers hover shakingly over his palm. 3, 2, 1. No, he said he could handle it. He told me I could tie him up if I wanted to. I could tie him up. I tap his palm once, as quickly as possible. It's barely more than a brush, but that's all it's ever taken. When I look at his face, expecting to see worse, Leiden only grins. See? It can't be. This time when I reach out to touch Leiden's palm again, he catches my wrist before I can pull away. I told you, there's really nothing to worry about. He trails off when my thumb brushes the soft skin of his inner wrist. Why are we just met, sir. Why are you blushing? Have you never touched a woman's hand before? I search Leiden's face for traces of madness, but his eyes remain a clear, soft green. Colors rise in his cheeks, but he remains still except for the subtle bobbing of his throat. Neither of us speak as I trace the contours of Leiden's palm, lost in an awareness I wasn't prepared for. I've been with other people, kissed them, been embraced by them, and more, but not like this. My fingers, long deprived by years of bandages, pick up every single detail: the groove of his palm, the smooth shell of his nails, the pulse of his heart. For as long as I've lived, I've never been able to hold someone's hand, not without dire consequences. I've never realized what I was missing until this moment. While Leiden's pulse is steady, mine's is hammering as fear gives way to excitement. I don't know, man. You're excited. What kind of excitement? Are you just happy? Are you just happy like, oh, it's a boy, not a boy? Sorry. That's a Tommy. That's a Tommy getting in there. It's a person. It's 10:30. I'm not used to this. Okay. Touching him, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go. My hand glides over Leiden's wrist and up his forearm, where smooth skin abruptly gives way to the raised scar by the edge of his sleeve. It matches with the one that runs from his collar to cheekbone. Could it be the same wound? I glance at Leiden's face, and his lips part as he considers his words before speaking. Am I the first person you've been able to touch like this? My hand goes still on his arm. So far. I'll admit your touch does make it somewhat difficult to stay level-headed, but not due to your power. He takes my hand. His soft green eyes flicker to mine before he turns it to inspect the golden fuses crisscrossing my knuckles. Look, we match. He points at the golden pin on his coat collar, and I give him a small smile. I draw my hand back and take a steady breath. My head feels as though it's stuffed with cotton. Habit alone guides me through the motions of rewrapping my hand, although my fingers tremble too much for the bandages to lie flat. I can't believe that worked. May I ask your name? You asked me to trust you and you didn't even know my name. I'm Leah. You're right to hide this from me, Leah. That curse of yours, it's unlike anything I've ever dealt with. I can tell you're discreet, but you're best to not go showing that off to anyone else. I didn't plan on it. Are you staying in Lowtown? I pause. Room and board was something I had yet to consider. I don't know. Let's get you properly settled then. Everybody's so nice. Like, welcome to the seedy city where everyone will give you free medical care and also help you take Avenge and or whatever for free. Be so prepared. The wet wick is noticeably quieter without the leader. Most of the bloodhounds have dispersed or in a few cases fallen asleep beside their drinks. Got any rooms left, or did my lot grab them all to sleep it off? The bartender, who I now realize doubles as an innkeeper, slides a key onto the counter. You know I always keep the corner room open for you or escapades. Oh, he's a harlot. He's a harlot. Lender's laugh sounds slightly strained. And I always appreciate it, but you're mistaken. This is for my friend Leah. Sure. Stay as long as you like. You two have fun. Escapades, huh? Lender clears his throat, then holds the key out to me, but I hesitate. My coin purse barely holds enough for a day's worth of meals, let alone a room. How much do I owe you? Nothing. Bloodhound rates. My treat, since you shared your secret. Food, drinks, a warm bed, anything you need. Carefully, I take the key from him. It's small, but weighs heavy in my palm. I never expected to have a warm bed in Iridia, let alone free meals. Thank you. Go explore, Leah. You'll find many roads in Iridia, each leading to different answers. But if you need a reprieve from what haunts you, come find me. Just be careful. I nod, taking one last look at the gleaming bronze key before tucking it into the pocket of my cloak for safekeeping. Lender gives me one last friendly wave before I depart. Keep yawning. I'm awake, but am I? The air clings, sodden and heavy. Wait, are these the rooms? Where does this key open? There's no doors. The air clings, sodden and heavy. Without the morning crowd, the sunless streets look barren and bleak. Even the peddlers are long gone. Only a pair of crows remain quibbing over stale crust in the gutter. I feel a ridiculous pang of envy. At least they got a reason to fight. I've never felt so lost. Horace and Leiden both made it clear that the Cenobium can't be trusted, but I came so far, endured so much. I need to see the Cenobium for myself, and if only to satisfy my curiosity, I should have asked someone at the bar for directions before leaving. They don't want you to go. I'm about to turn back when a shadow passes over me. A cold, I think, under a puff of hot breath tickles the back of my neck. A cloud. A shadow runs down the streets in rivulets. Formless dark spreads like ink into blotted shapes. Claws stretch. A muzzle splits open to reveal long, jagged teeth. A growl rumbles so low and deep I feel it. I want to run, to scream, but I feel trapped, as though the slightest movement or a single breath will snap the jaw around me shut. No, I won't let it. I won't let it end like this. If I'm gonna die, I want to see what got me first. I steel myself, then turn. The shadow vanishes as quickly as it came. I'm left standing in the middle of the street alone, except for a figure reclining in the shade of a nearby stoop. Aw, it's a kitty. A monster. That much is clear from a glance, one that could nearly be mistaken for human were it not for the tufted ears and the tail curled around his ankles. Or the dusk pink eyes with pupils that sharpen like needles when they fall on me. Our eyes meet and the monster uncrosses his long legs. His hair gleams a shade of red that reminds me unsettling of blood where it curls around his collared throat. Oh, wears a collar around his curls around his collared throat. No, I said it right. Jumpy, aren't we? His tone is light and carefree, and I glance over my shoulder to make sure he's speaking to me. When I look back, the stranger props his chin on his knuckles and regards me with an inscrutable little smile. Didn't you see that shadow just now? It was massive, moved like a beast. Even as I spoke, I'm aware of how ridiculous I must sound, but the stranger's smile doesn't falter. The only beast I see here on Wick's drooling regulars, though, this did catch my eye. With a flourish of his hand, my inn key appears dangling from his fingers. It turns on its chain, glittering when it catches the light. Okay. What is he wearing? Nothing? Everything? Oh. Did this go to sleep? Hang on. That's fair. You know what? That's so fair. Okay. I was just like, you haven't touched me in an hour. It's fair. That's so fair. Also, his thigh. Am I right? Okay. My hand flies to my cloak pocket, and sure enough, find them flat. He crooks his fingers, beckoning. I've already taken 2 steps forward before some stifling instinct stops me. Something feels wrong. I'm still on the edge, thrumming I'm still on the edge, thrumming with so much adrenaline that the stranger's shadow flickers at the edge of my vision. I always attract the worst kind of attention, but I can't get rattled now. Who said that's my key? He smiles wide enough to reveal pointed canines. Show me. I saw you drop it. You really should be more careful. Cities like this, somebody might take advantage. A bald-faced lie. Said without a hint of irony. I can't figure out how he picked my pocket under my nose, but I'm certain he took my key and I need it back. I approach the man carefully to keep an arm's length away. He doesn't look dangerous, but the most deadly ones never do. I think he looks very dangerous. To be clear, he's got chains, and like, how do you even keep that on? The stranger's chain softly clinks with a tilt of his head. His ears flicker. Keeping your distance? I'd be stupid to trust you. You think I stole your dinky little key from all the way over here? He gives an exasperated sigh. I'm good with my hands, but not that good. Do I really look like a common thief to you? He's got me there. No, he doesn't. He doesn't got you there. You don't know. He's an uncommon thief. He's like the second class up. He can be a thief. He's just a snazzy dresser. The sheer fabric of his sleeves alone would be too expensive for most street thieves. Hell, his shoes look like they cost more than I spent traveling here. And then there's the shop behind him. No matter the city, parted pink curtains only ever mean one thing. I'm not looking to buy, and I doubt I could afford your service anyways. Lucky for you, I don't charge. The man runs the tip of his tongue over a fang, and for the first time since I stepped into that shadow, I feel something other than dread. Like that, what we doing? My face grows hot. I'm sorry, you weren't turned on by the guy that you just felt up his arm? That's not what I meant. I'm flattered, really. Where sex my trade, I might take that as make an exception for you. How about half off for a handy? I don't think you call it that. Okay. Or you could just hand over my key. Ask nicely. I might even let you tug my tail. Just throw it here. So some spindy little street urchin can snatch it and run? He raises my key and tilts his head so he can watch it dangle back and forth. I suppose I could just claim your room for myself. Not that I'd be caught dead slumming in the wick with the rest of those slack-jawed imbeciles. You're obviously not from around here, so tell me, traveler, what misfortune brought you to this wretched place? His voice practically drips with derision. I'm not telling you anything. What could you have possibly drawn you to this dreary little pig pen, I wonder? He listlessly watches the arch of my key swing around his finger. The weather's shit, the food's dreck, and there's entirely too many monsters for a human to feel safe. Unless... Dagger-sharp eyes flicker towards me. They gleam with amusement. Unless you're just dying to consort with monsters. By now, my embarrassment had worn away, leaving simmering impatience in its place. If this is a shakedown, it's the most frustrating one I've ever heard of. Oh, goodness. Turn him down, flirt back. Why not? Let's see what happens. How'd you know that I spent all my money, starved, and nearly died in a swamp just so I could crawl into bed with the first thirsty monster I saw? That was not flirting. That was actually a little bit of shade. That earns me a burst of breathy laughter. He gazes at me under his dark lashes. Aren't you funny? Could you be any more obvious? I have been told subtlety's not my strength. Subtlety's not my strength. So your place or mine. I don't know, man. Am I gonna die? I'd invite you if only I had my key. If only I had my key, then I might be able to invite you up. His languished gaze glides from me to the key in his hand and back. Take my hand and we'll go together. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of trap. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. And something tells me that this one's more dangerous than he's let on, even if he has a lovely laugh. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me, but I'm not coming any closer until I know you aren't going to attack or bite. I won't bite hard unless you beg me. No matter what I say, he finds a way to twist my words into innuendos. You said bite. That was your fault. You walked into that one. You don't tell someone, I don't want you to bite me. Like, that's not. Even when I'm silent, he goes on as though we're having a conversation, not a standoff. But do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe performing in Hightown tonight. Their lutist is utterly exquisite, truly a performance to die for. There's life in this dreadful place if you know where to look. You sound like you know the city well. The man's gaze flickers from me to the key dangling from his finger. Naturally, this dump was little more than a miserable little smear when I first arrived. High town, low town, I know Eridia like the back of my hand. What about the Cenobium? Do you know where that is? His smile vanishes. Suddenly, surely you've seen it. That's absurdly large tower looming over the rest. It's a little hard to miss. He must mean the spire I noticed when I first caught sight of Eridia. The Cenobium's overrated, forget about it. I can show you things those stuffy boars in their limp dick tower couldn't even dream of. I've already got plans. Oh. Have you some pressing matters at the Cenobium? Lunch date with librarians, tea time with the most esteemed Abbas? That's my business. What's it matter to you? I square my shoulders. The amusement bleeds out of him. Your loss. The stranger, finally bored of his tedious game, extends his hand towards me. The key rests on his palm. Neatly divided skin and leather. Neatly divided biting skin and leather. What? When he makes no other move, I reach for the key, but as soon as my fingers graze smooth brass, his hand springs shut around my elbow. Hey! He yanks me down and I stagger, my soul's slipping on the steps. For a sick moment, I fear my bandage will unravel under his touch, but he's careful not to disrupt them even as his fingers dig into my arm. I knew I smelled blood. You reek of death in the road. And that fucking doctor. His voice, once silken, lowers to a smoke growl. The shadow around him seethe and boil as he pulls me closer. And something else. He murmurs against my throat, nose grazing my jaw. Let go. I try to twist away, but he doesn't budge. His breath trails down my neck, sending a thrill of dread through me. But just when I fear he'll bite, he takes a deep whiff instead. His wide, flat eyes gleam with naked hunger as he gazes up at me. Not quite human, not quite monster. Seems you're both. Fear. The stranger's ears flatten and he releases me with a short breath. I yank my arm back, massaging it where he left grooves in my bandages. The stranger twitches around to watch a woman duck out from a curtain behind him. Her pressed frith uniform marks her as a cleric of the Cenobium. I leave you for all of that, 10 minutes and you're making trouble again? You will be quite. Will you quit harassing the tourist? The stranger, fear, I take it, rolls his eyes and flashes the cleric a withering smile. So suspicious. Can't you see this as this is a friend of mine? A natural liar. He grins at me and his tail swishes minutely. The woman purses her lips at me, clearly unconvinced. I open my mouth to correct him, but Vera cuts in. I was graciously offering my dear friend some free advice. Though his voice remains light and cheerful, his expression darkens. Danger, drawn to you like a moth to flame, it will always find you given time. The woman clucks her tongue as though she heard this radical recital 102 times. Words of advice. Don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging in the streets. This crook would sell water to a drowning man for the sheer enjoyment of it. She shrugs off a wilting look from Vera. Oh, please. Any friend of yours knows it's true. Now hold still. Vera rises gracefully as, at her approach, he pushes his hair aside so it drapes over one shoulder, exposing the long line of his neck. And suddenly it dawns on me that the jiggling I heard earlier wasn't coming from the harness attached to his collar, but a leash. A heavy iron chain wound around a hitching post and padlocked to the back of his collar. Vera posed deliberately to hide his leash from me. The woman produced a key ring from his pocket. She rifles through a dozen identical keys before selecting one and slotting it into the lock. Come on, unless your friend's tagging along on your merry little soulless hunt. They're hunting for solace outside the city. Words momentarily fail me. The woman regards me with a polite, if tight, smile before marching down the stairs. Vera lingers. He stretches his arm over his head with a yawn, and I try not to stare at the way his stomach flattens when he arches his back. Your little secret's safe with me. Try not to get yourself killed. Vera hops off the stoop and bounds after the woman. His tail sways merrily as though he hadn't just lied and threatened me. Did you try that thing I mentioned? The Leviathan knot? That's the one where you take 3 fingers and actually don't tell me. Knowing you, it's disgusting. Vera's airy laughter echoes down the street. It's only after he and the cleric have vanished from sight that I realize I'm still missing something. Wait. Reflectively, I shove my hands into my pocket and find the room key. I pull it out of my pocket and rise it to the light. A nagging feeling distracts from my relief. I don't know what Vera's game was or what he wanted from me. All I know for certain is that Synodium saw fit to leash him. A fate I could share, if that's what his vague warning meant. I let my eyes drift skyward past the lanterns, gently swaying in the breeze, to the Synobium faintly visible through the haze. There it is. Maybe. Just one glimpse is all I need. Then I can put this all behind me. This time the key goes into my coin purse for safekeeping because I could never get my coin purse snatched. It's easy enough to follow the sluggish river that splits Iridia into. A colossal bridge arches over the dark water below. I cross as quickly as I can, climbing every uphill towards the distant tower. Hours later, legs aching, sweat beading on my forehead, I finally find what I'm searching for. Synobium of the luminous void. It stands at the highest point of Iridia. Is there 5 guys in this game or 6? I know I did. I made not a screenshot. I made a thumbnail already. Be prepared. Let's see. I'm trying to see how many more people we have to meet. 6. There's 6. Okay. So we've met 3 so far. It stands at the highest point of Iridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, paying no attention to the massive tower in its midst. I'm the only one standing before the gate. I crane my neck up and up until the top of the Synobium tower disappears into the clouds overhead. My stomach gives an uneasy lurch, though far grander than the humble shrine of my youth. The cenobium gives the same impression of being a gilded birdcage. Knocking seems like a terrible idea, but I don't see any other way of making my presence known. I'm halfway up the steps when something moves in my peripheral vision. A shadow figure crouching beneath one of the white walls. They reach out and tug on a vine, as if testing its strength. Oi, you there! Give him an accent. The shadow vanishes as quickly as I spotted it, and a gaunt-faced man in a crisp charcoal uniform marches up the steps towards me. Another tourist. Get out of here once you're done gawking. A dismissive wave accompanies his equally dismissive words, and he turns on his heels without even waiting for an answer from me. I look back at where I saw the intruder, but there's nothing, just the leaves blowing gently in the breeze. I step away from the gate, hopelessness washing over me. Hello. A whisper, so close I can feel the warm brush of breath on my skin. I instinctively jerk away, but there's no one beside me. Halfway down the staircase, I spot a woman swaying in the breeze. She's gaunt as a rail, her blouse moth-eaten. I'm unable to take my eyes off her, not because of the way she smiles a little too wide, or the way her tousled braids look unbrushed for days, because her eyes shine a vibrant, unnatural crimson. I'm both entranced and unsettled by their subtle glow. These days, you'd need a miracle to get in there. I'm unsure how to respond or if I ever even should. Her gaze is uncomfortably fixed on my heavy as lead. I respond sarcastically. Seems like I'm on the market for a miracle. Know any sellers? She beams at me like I've said the greatest thing she's ever heard. Lucky for you, I have them for free. Whatever she's selling, I'm not interested. My words come out in a tired breath. No thanks. I start down the stairs, but she abruptly steps into my path. She turns her back to me, and before I can react, she slips her fingers under the lacing of her collar, stripping out of her blouse in broad daylight. What are you doing? A worn fabric unveils bare skin. My panic is smothered by cold horror. A misshapen, sunken scar carved into this woman's body, pitted, gnarled skin, snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. A shuddering breath escapes me. The fuck? Whatever disease this woman had ate away at her from the inside out. How is it she's able to move or breathe? It's impossible. She shouldn't be alive, and yet. The power of cure. Anything can be yours too. The power of the sea spring. The woman slides back into her blouse and deftly laces it up. If I've caught your interest, then follow me. It's only a short walk away. Without another glance, she leisurely strolls down the cenobium stairs, loose braids bobbing behind her, the edge of the scar peeking out from under her collar. I stand there wordless until I manage to regain my bearings. It's a twisted miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. This could be the stupidest decision in my life, but what choice do I have? I take a final look at the cenobium shut gates, then follow her down the steps. I thought we were going to die before. I'm more convinced of it now. We descend from the highest steps, leaving behind their gilded decadence as we cross the river. The wet, derelict districts feel more familiar to me. But the crimson-eyed woman takes me further and further still until I'm met with an all too familiar sight. My gut lurches when I face the open horizon. The city's outskirts are hardly recognizable in daylight. I'm probably safer for it. But venturing beyond Heredia's walls is a gamble I wasn't prepared to take so soon. Keep going straight and the sea spring will reveal itself to you. I bark out a bitter laugh, loud and involuntary. I'd rather not. Are you kidding? It's not safe out there. You're as safe inside the city as outside of it. Truthfully, the territory before you is the safest of all. What do you mean territory? This region belongs to Eris. Most people know him as a gang leader, but he's much more than that. I squint against the empty wasteland. Only a fool or someone with nothing to lose would leave the city. Apparently, I'm both. But if this sea spring cured her, I need to see what it can do for me. I set off into the waste. Over my shoulders, the woman calls after me. Good luck, Leah. I hope we meet again. Why didn't they give her a face? My heart pounds with each step as I take from civilization. It doesn't take me long to realize it's not the only heartbeat I hear. Like a nagging thought at the back of my mind, I can sense another's pulse strumming through the earth beneath my feet. I feel this presence before when I first stepped out of Curris's clinic, a living dread coursing under the city. Only this time I'm getting close to it. I feel like I was gonna sneeze. What seems like an eternity, I force each foot forward, one step, then another, until realization hits me. I never told the woman my name. Something pierces the horizon ahead of me. A building nestled into a tall cliffside, but so starkly out of place it might as well be a hallucination. It drips with extravagance and honeyed mahogany, an ornate jewel of architecture. Why are you doing this to me, game? A row of dark silhouettes stand out on the horizon. Trees, I think, until I'm close enough to realize that I mistook for branches were spikes that jutted tendrils. Soulless. Several of them watch me in the distance like statues. I don't think I just run. Exploding into a messy sprint, I push my legs as fast as they take me towards the decorated building. Flashing of last night's chase, the gushing of blood and screams of death, the smell of burning flesh and the sour bile. I can't go through that again. I won't. The next thing I know, I'm dashing up wooden stairs and crashing through the towering double doors. I gasp for air, my lungs burning from exertion. Sounds better than extortion. I'm desperate to be safe, but when I process my surroundings, it's more hellscape than sanctuary. Blood flows all around me, overwhelming my vision with a lurid, unholy red. Instinctively, my hands leap into my mouth. But the rotting stench of blood never comes. Instead, a smoky scent hangs in the air, sharp and spiced. I swallow thickly, convincing myself that it's not as gruesome as it appears. This has to be the sea spring, the place that grants miracles. Pulling my eyes away from the pool, I take in the rest of the environment. Tall pillars flank me, blankets and written notes, seating pillows scatter the floor. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here despite how eerily empty it is. If you're in someone's house, maybe say something. Hello, is anyone there? My voice echoes across the cabin without a response. I approach the paper-covered pillars. Maybe something here can tell me more. I reach for it. Topmost, closest. I reach for the note in front of me. It reads, Dear Mother, don't cry for me. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, but we'll meet again in another life. I love you very much, from Iris. P.S. If you ever see me, never speak to me again. It's written in perfect cursive. I had never seen such beautiful handwriting. It's nice. Before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Something's watching me. I set the note back. My eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's empty. Thank it. Finally, I look towards the sea spring. The stillness hides something deeper. Something's wrong. Something familiar. It's watching me. Hey! I spin around and come face to face with a pack of soulless. You said hey. They chitter and growl, tendrils and spikes flaring threateningly, all different sizes, species, but sharing one identical trait, glowing crimson eyes. I try to back away, but my heel teeters over the sea spring. I'm cornered. Watch your step, it's deeper than it looks. That voice again. At the sound of it, the soulless freeze. They snarl quietly. I search for the voice's source and find it above me, lounging in the rafters. You look lost, little sparrow. Oh, little sparrow. I'd take it. I'll take it. I like nicknames. You've got hula horns. Those are cute. Wait, you have 4. Lots of rings. Let's see, we got a bracelet, got necklace. He's got all of it. He's got everything. And a tattoo. His gaze is a violent crimson, one that sears through me, leaving me feeling raw and exposed. They're the same eyes I've seen over and over, first with this scarred woman, now with the skulless circling me, all bound by the sea spring's red blood. Blood red. In the shroud of darkness behind me, shapes like massive tentacles twist and coil around the wooden beams. Can't focus. The soulless growls ring in my ear. They're not advancing, but that could change in any second. Panic rises in my throat as I struggle to trace them. Hey! Eyes on me. Stomach rolls as I tear my eyes away from the soulless. Don't ignore someone who's talking to you. It's not polite. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. Who is this bastard? I'm distracted. Fuck you. I look right into his unnerving eyes, holding his gaze defiantly. Fuck you. Is that better? A crooked grin cracks across his face. We'll work on it. I scan the soulless again. They really aren't attacking. Posturing more than anything else, almost as if they're waiting for commands. Did you tame them? Power of the Sea Spring. They're hungry. His name is Bastard now. They're hungry, so they might bite. You could give me a reason to stop them. Hey, Jay! Welcome. I think we're halfway through the demo, at least. This is the 5th guy we met. You could give me a reason to stop them. How about I didn't do anything wrong? Trespassing. Smelly cheese. Wait, is that him? Is that what he's called? And that's punishable by death. He gives a non-committal shrug. I called out earlier to see if anyone was here. Were we supposed to play hide and seek? Didn't hear you. My voice stopped in my throat. This man's terse coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. How do you like the demo? So far, it's pretty nice. I like the guys that they've introduced so far. I like the mage a lot. I like the kitty cat guy. He's cute. I like him too. I like his tattoos. I liked him from the cover, so. I racked my brain for a way to diffuse the situation. I don't like playing demos. I only play full release games. Aww. Well, this one has had a demo for a year, from my understanding, so I'm wondering when the full game comes out. I'm okay with demos for Otome-style games because really it's usually just part of the prologue. Like, it's not... I don't know. I've been disappointed by promising demos and developers abandoning the game. That's also true. That does happen a lot. But that's when you get to write your own fiction, and that's what I want from you, Jay. I want you to create the Otome game we've all wanted, okay? rack my brain for a way to diffuse the situation. I need help. Tell me what you want. Ugh. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. I'm not in the mood for guessing games. Your hands. Alarm jolted through me. I hid my hands under my cloak. It hurts. I'd rather not start something I won't get to see to the end. But remember, sometimes you see things to the end and you absolutely hate it. So, you know, anything's possible if you... Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Hang on. I keep trying to, like, be over here to scroll down. Where is it? Chat. Chat needs to be smaller. I don't like it bleeding. I'm weird like this. Hear me out. There we go. But this one, I like the art a lot. I think everybody's drawn really nice. If I'm being honest, I play so many Atomi style games. I forget them after a while anyways. Show me. Why? Won't ask twice. With a sharp huff, I reluctantly hold out my bandaged hands. I'm like, see, look, phalanges. Are you getting off on this? Unwrap them. Heat rushes to my face and fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when his soulless are one command from ripping me to shreds. Oh gosh. Yet no matter how much I will myself to move, my body is frozen in place. I stand there for a long, agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when I finally raise them. I know the skin beneath the wrapping all too well. It's hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. Same. I just like reading series. It's hard to remember the last book. I've waited for the next installment. I feel that. I feel like I'd have to reread 3 of the last Jujutsu Kaisen ones just to read the 2 I haven't read because I've already forgot what happened in it. So hard. I grip the edge of my bandages. Stop. With a weary sigh, the man slides off the beam and lands with a thud that shakes the panels underfoot. Like, look at him. He's so cute. He's got so many rings on. How did you get so stylish out here in, like, the no place? Are those real horns? Can I touch your horns? He's a monster. With an imposing figure that towers over me, I couldn't tell how tall he was before, but he's big. Illuminated by lantern light, his features are stronger, sharper. Subtle clicks of metal accompany each of his footsteps. The closer he gets to me, the faster my heart hitches. What does he want? Is he gonna kill me? I step backwards and find nothing to set my foot on. I forgot my back was to the sea spring. I fall right before a warm hand catches my lower back. I'm hovering above the sea spring. The scent of smoke and leather envelop me. Serious question. Are you going to forget Verche? Are you going to need to reread the next game? Actually, because I'm doing the review thing I've been working on, I'm having a refresh from that, which is why I want to do that now. I want to finish it before the game comes out because I'm like, here's like a recap previously on Verche Evermore, and then other people can watch it and remember because like I forgot Mathis's story entirely. Because I was going through his chapters, which by the way, Verche, beautifully done. They did a great job. You can go to every chapter. Like every chapter has a name. They have multiple chapters. They have more chapters than any game needs, if I'm being honest. But I was like, all right, let me remind myself what happened in Mathis's chapters, click on a couple of his little things, and like they're listed out really nicely. I forgot. I forgot because I probably blacked it out because Mathis's route made me so upset in the end. I was like, oh yeah, he wanted to write books. And then he started having like brain fritzes. Silly me. I was also told though that the new game isn't like a direct sequel to Verche. Because if it was a direct sequel to Verche, Lucas wouldn't have a chapter. He didn't make it. So I'm curious how it's actually gonna play through. But yeah, no, I did. I've forgotten things in Verche. I've forgotten so much. I'm hovering above the sea spring. Smoke and leather envelop me. What a scent. Blazing crimson eyes bore into mine. Like, look at this guy. If I saw this man, like, let's pretend he's a real guy. Like, he wouldn't have the horns in real life. He wouldn't have the red eyes unless he's wearing contacts. I don't know if I could look at him. I don't know. Told you to watch your step. I'm too stunned to muster a response. Like I weigh nothing, he guided me back to solid ground and steps back. Following a subtle gesture from his fingers, the soulless around us disperse and relax. The shift in the demeanor is so abrupt it gives me whiplash. He's like Ibuki. Is he Ibuki? Are we gonna find out the soulless aren't evil after all? They're just misunderstood. The enormous tentacles are no longer in the rafters, though now I doubt I ever saw them at all. Either way, I exhale a breath of relief. Thanks. As focused on me as he was before, the monster pays no attention to me now. He kicks some sitting pillows? Wait, what? Out of the walkway, checks the contents of the kettle with a scowl. The sudden disregard, it's almost insulting. So what? That's it? I'm not a threat anymore? Never were one. Then why did you threaten me? People get honest when they're afraid. In other words, he was messing with me. I drag a hand over my face, exhausted by the fact that this is the second time a monster has provoked me today. You're Eris, aren't you? Depends who's asking. One of your friends told me that this was your territory. She also said that you were a gang leader. But there's no one else here. I thought there'd be more people. Eris picks up the kettle and walks to the edge of the sea spring, then dumps out the content into the endless red. Gang took a walk. His pleasant smile stretches across his face, ear to ear. Then in an instant it drops. I get the sense that I shouldn't ask about the gang again. What do you need the sea spring's power for? Depends, can it cure a curse? Probably. You mean you don't know? Nope. He shakes out the empty kettle and starts collecting stray cups, tidying up. My frustration builds. I narrow my eyes at him in a questioning glare. When he notices, he returns it in an amused smirk. Are you being irritating on purpose? Listen, Sparrow, the sea spring can cure anything. Nothing's stopping you from trying it yourself. What do I have to do? Drink. I have to drink from the sea spring? My eyes glide to the blood-like pool beside us. The idea of ingesting this strange liquid makes my gut churn. Is there a price? Always. I was gonna say there's always a price, bro. Nothing's free. Even the people who are saying, please, this is free, it's not free. Varys taps his temple with a finger. You lose it a little bit. That's it. Might have already beat it to the punch. My humor earns me an amused, fanged grin. I don't see a fang in that mouth. This is a little different. When you drink from the sea spring, you forget who you are. Your mind combines with everyone who's ever drank from it, human, monsters, soulless, one big, big happy family in your head. My blood runs cold. I've heard of this before. Group minds, aka hive minds. My attendants used to tell me that my power granted people access to a higher plane of understanding, a group mind of my own making, all lies. But something tells me this is real, even if one thing doesn't add up. Your eyes are red too, but you obviously haven't forgotten who you are. Before I can finish a sentence, Eris strides past me towards the entrance. Time's up. Let's finish this later. Wait, already? You barely told me anything. Came on a bad day. I've got somewhere to be. There are still so many questions burning on the tip of my tongue, but my frustration spills out before any of them. I was told to come here for help, but instead I got threatened and kicked out. You're joking, right? Watch your tone. I'm nice, but you don't want to ruin the host mood. My skin prickles. The feeling of being watched washes over me again. My eyes dart back over the sea spring. A lone ripple dances on the quiet surface. I take Ias's, I don't even know, advice and clamps my mouth shut. Ias approaches a nearby Solus, a lanky dog-like one with 6 legs and a crown of tendrils, several set of crimson eyes adorn its sides. Its forked tail wags rapidly when Ias squints beside it, squats even. He runs his finger through the tendrils, scratching its chin and patting its head. A gentle smile plays across Ias's lips. The affection he holds for the Solus is painfully clear. I dip my eyes away, my stomach fluttering at the tender sight. It's getting dark out, so this pretty girl will guide you back. Following a short whistle from Ias's lips, it trots over to the entrance, obediently tail swaying. I watch the Solus warily. Pretty is not a word I would use to describe it, and the idea of it protecting me sounds absurd. If I decide to drink, how should I find you? Find someone with eyes like mine. They'll point you in the right direction. But think it over. Once you drink, you can't go back. It's a lot to process, but I give a small nod. At least I know I have another option for a cure, as disturbing as it may be. I follow the Solus at a measured distance and watch it nudge the giant doors open with ease. When I'm about to cross the threshold, I sneak one last glance behind me. Like, how do you live, my guy? Like, how do you live here? My heart skips when I meet Ias's eyes. I'm about to snap my head away, but he just flashes me an easy smile. Till next time, Sparrow, I'll buy you a drink for scaring you. I don't trust myself to do anything but respond with another curt nod. Adieu. She's like, let's go. Outside, more crimson eyes, soulless scuttle about. It's hard to believe it's the same threatening pack from before. They chase each other in circles, roll around in the bog's mud. They're the kaiju from Paradigm Paradox. They pay no attention to me as the dog-like one escorts me away. It's an uneventful trip. Sometimes the Solus looks over its shoulder at me to make sure I'm still following. Dusk darkens the sky by the time we reach the city. I can't sense that massive heartbeat anymore. Maybe it's all in my head. The Solus sits and looks at me expectantly with familiar crimson eyes. Oh, you're gonna pet the doggy. Everyone pets doggies. As nervous as I am, I carefully glide my fingers through the Solus tentacles and scratch beneath its chin, just like Ias had. It pushes into my palm in response, rumbling with a sound akin to a purr. The vibrations are soothing, almost healing my fatigue. When it's satisfied, the Solus spins around and scampers back in the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. It's barely my first day in Aradia, and I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible. Tamed Solus being one of them. My head spins. Maybe I should call it a day. It's nighttime, and you said you took hours to walk to that one thing. You're going to have to take hours to get back. What do you mean? Nightfall creeps across the streets of Aradia. The city's labyrinthine, even in daytime, has become a warren of treacherous alleyways. Who have I not met yet? Oh, technically, I met the mage. I don't know if not mage. I don't look like a little sorcerer mage, but we met a mage. It looked like a girl, though. The streets are completely deserted. If I hadn't been here earlier, I wouldn't have thought this part of the city, oh gosh. I would have thought this part of the city abandoned. Why? With all the lights. I make my way through the winding streets, doing my best to keep my bearings towards the wet wick. My step slows when I hear rustling in the dark. I strain my ears, but everything is still, and the silence... Is the silence playing a trick on me? Something's wrong. The fine hairs on my back of my neck prickle. A frisson of discomfort running down my spine. Something is wrong. My eyes dart from one side of the street to the other, searching for movement, but the shadows are deep and dark as pools of ink as I see nothing. I can't stay here. I need to reach a busier part of the city. Drawing my cloak tighter around my body, I hurry on my way. Also, are we only wearing a cloak? Because we said we were necky, so like... I keep my eyes sharp and listen intently. There's only the sound of my own footsteps. As the moments pass and nothing happens, I begin to wonder, maybe I really did imagine that noise. I turn the next corner and my thoughts come screaming to a halt. My head spins, the world blurs. As adrenaline rushes through my veins, only one thing is clear amidst the haze. The soulless that attacked the caravan is crouched over a dark, indistant shape, a body. A garland of intestines spilling from its pallid flesh, blood grouts the cobblestone for a mercy. The soulless is too distracted by its meal to have noticed me. My feet feel as heavy as stones, but I can't just stand there. Holding my breath, I take a step backwards. When the wet slurping sound doesn't abate, I take another, then another. Then a sharp shard of glass crunches under my heel. The world seems to slow to a crawl as the soulless raises its head, blood dripping from its tendrils, every single one of its bulging eyes fixed unblinking on me. It's really here. It's come back for me. I have one option, but I'm gonna save anyways. Run. I'm off like a shot, running for my life through the darkened street. Behind me, a piercing bay splits the silence, and heavy footfalls pound after me. My heart thunders in my chest. I take turns at random, trying to lose it in the maze of streets, but I can't seem to shake it. I can hear its breathing now, a wet, fluttering rasp, growing closer and closer. The same claws that severed my arms swipe out. I duck, safe by pure reflex, and skid around a corner. I take 3 running strides before the bottom drops out of my stomach, a wall twice as high as me bars my way, a dead end. When I turn around, the soulless looms in the entry of the alley. It's no longer running, it doesn't have to. As it prowls closer, my thoughts race. Some of the buildings lining the street are lit. There must be people inside. It's a long shot, but... Am I gonna scream? I screamed last time and he strangled me. Try the nearest door. I whirl, grabbing onto the handle of the closest door. It turns completely. The hinges creak as I push, and I feel a flash of hope before a weight hits the door from the other side, and it slams shut. The clink of the lock turns its grimly final. In this wretched world, few people will stick their neck out to help other flesh and blood, never mind a stranger. The soulless gives a rasping hiss. It's the only warning I get before it lunges for me with a flash of claws. I hurl myself to the side, but the slick cobblestone betrays me. I fall, sprawling over the rough stone. Again? As the soulless looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the wall. There's nowhere left to go. It descends on me for the kill. But the impact never comes. I warily crack one eye open, then the other, but not sure whether I should believe what I'm seeing. A hooded figure crouches in front of me, one blood-stained hand outstretched. I have questions. You have red in your eyes. Does that mean you've drank from the spring? Like, are you a real person, or are you actually... I mean, you have those little thingamabobs here. Are you actually, like, related to the... I can't think. Moonlight slivers the edge of their silhouetted knife. Silvers. Their face and hands are splattered with blood and the soulless. My eyes dart past my unexpected rescuer to the misshapen form behind them. The soulless's many eyes, once restless, are vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pool spreads slowly from under its body. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. It's dead. After all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, I can hardly believe it. Well, I gingerly take the offered hand. The stranger's gaze dips to my bandages. Pale lips part on the brink of a question, then close again. With a strength belying their slight frame, they pull me to my feet. Something about them is strange. I can't quite put my eye on it. Unlike any human or monster I've ever met, I can't quite place my fingers on why. As soon as I'm on my own 2 feet again, they pull away from me and start wiping the blood from their face and hands. Stay there. Okay, but why do you have eyes like Madara? They turn away from me, stiffly leaning over the soulless's gangly body. With their back towards me, I realize that I saw their hooded silhouette at the cenobium. You're shorter than I thought. Why not? You were at the cenobium earlier. You're shorter than I thought. They gave me a startled look before their eyes narrowed. It seemed I've touched a nerve. I'm surprised you think at all. Maybe I deserved that. Before I can formulate a response, they continue. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing haunting Lowtown. I can't make eye or tell of them. First they save me and now they scold me. Lesson learned. I could do without the lecture, though. And I could do without you calling me short. Point taken. Their attention glides back to the soulless's corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. I clear my throat to fill the silence. I'm Leah. Mian. Suddenly, Mian tenses. Their blade flashes as they drive it into the back of the soulless's neck. The soulless thrashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as the air leaves its lungs. Mian leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper until there is a sickening crunch and the creature goes limp. My heart thuds in my chest. I must have been clinging to life by a thread. It must have been clinging to life by a thread. Mian straightens up, withdrawing their blade in a single smoothing motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. I swallow, my eyes still glued to the cooling corpse. Why is the soulless inside the city? Mian looked at me, eyes searching before realization dawned. You're new here. There's no walls around the city. Soulless can come and go as they please until someone is contracted to stop them. Cenobium patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown, not anymore. Let me guess, you're not a fan of the Cenobium. I wouldn't go that far. Their brow abruptly furrows. They seethe their knives, motioning for me to follow them. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay lost in the city. I trail behind them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, then why are you helping me? I came for the bounty on the Solus, and you were in the way. Not killing you isn't the same as helping you. Don't count on being so lucky again, or you'll be dead by sunrise. Their answer is stingingly harsh. You know what? Fine. I just need to find my lodging. I hold my hands up, trying to forestall any more snippy comments. All right, I get it. I'd love to get out of the way, but I'm sort of lost. I just need directions back to my lodging. What makes you think I'll help you? You already helped me once tonight. Why not a second time? That seemed to catch them off guard. Their brow knits and they look away, scowling. How troublesome. Leah? I turn, surprised by the voice. Koros walks down the street towards us. His white and gold clothes is pristine despite the grime of the city even. Hello, Miam. I see the Solus was your work. Miam shrugs. There's a familiarity in the way they regard each other. Oh, you know them, Koros? I didn't know you had friends, Miam. I didn't know you had friends, Mian. You don't. Freelance work is dangerous, and Koros is a doctor, that's all. Leah needs to get back to wherever she's staying before she wanders into the jaws of another Solus. It is late. Were you able to find a place to stay, Leah? I'm staying at the Wetwick. Both of their faces fall. I see. Would you like a guide? It might be preferable to wandering about alleyways. That'd be nice. Miam clicks their tongue and sighs, sounding mighty put out. Going to the Amaryllis district? That gaudy cesspit? Come, this way. I've been talking for 3 days. My voice is not what it was. Despite Miam's clear distaste, when Karis leads me down the street, they keep pace with us. Catching my curious glance, Miam's eyes narrow. It's not safe this late. I don't care about you, but Koros is the only doctor worth a damn in this place. Are you like this with everyone? The deadpan look Miriam gives me is answer enough. I catch Koros hiding a slight smile. I suppress a sigh and resign myself to having a grumpy shadow all the way back to the Wetwick. The route Koros takes is completely different from my slow meandering earlier in the morning. In no time at all, he cuts through darkened streets and twisting alleys. It seems like half the city has poured into the Amalus district. Colorful streets, laughter, clinking glasses, and music assault my ears from every direction. Yet the most noise still comes from the Wetwick. Its doors hang wide open, lanterns lit. Here we are. Thank you, Koros. He moved towards the door, and Mian lets out an audible huff. Don't tell me you're going in. I have some quick business with Leiden. Fine. He still owes me for yesterday's work. They drag their feet reluctantly, trailing me into the tavern. And it's like, power. As soon... Oh. Did she go to sleep again? Oh, White keeps going to sleep. I got too distracted. I didn't notice. Right, or has it been another hour? No. Oh, it restarted. Okay. Well, it has been another hour, but it did restart. As soon as the door opens, a wave of sticky heat rolls over me. In the hours since I left, the wick has grown suffocatingly crowded. Horace Stride stands out, easily a head taller than most. Even so, I nearly lose sight of him amidst the sea of swarming bodies. Pardon me. The crowd parts as though answering his request. Chorus glances over his shoulder at Miam and me before guiding through. How can anyone breathe in here? Miam follows Chorus at a clipped pace. Leander. I might have been calling him wrong the entire time. Leander is right there. Where I left him, although he's traded places with the bartender, he holds a pair of shot glasses filled to the brim with luminous green liquid. And now for the finishing touch. A flash of magic paints the glasses white with frost. You're never gonna guess what's in these. Leander slides the glasses across the bar, and I get my third and fourth shock of the evening in rapid succession. Ias leans against the bar, an elbow propped out of the counter. He catches the glasses and lifts one to the light before turning it upside down. The contents magically congealed, stay firmly in place. You're supposed to make drinks, pretty boy. Don't tell me you're wasted already. Vera, perched on the bar counter beside Eris, takes a single look at the shot glass and shakes his head. What have we here? A bucket full of boogers? Leander's nose treasure? You've eaten worse. Varus's lips twitch and his ears flatten when Eris offers him a glass. He turns his cheek with a sniff and Eris just snickers. Coward. Don't tell me you'll actually... In one fluid moment, Eris throws back his head and downs the shot. Drinking that. A dark look crosses Eris's face. It's chewy. Chewy? Wait, let me try again. Behind me, Miam grumbles. I told you this place was a nest of degenerates. If it isn't Chorus and Miam. At the sound of Leander's voice, Miam pels eyes wide. They look ready to bolt until Chorus sets a hand on their shoulder. I promise this will not take long. Miam's eyes dart from Chorus's hand to his face, then soften. Fine. You first. While they step forward, I linger behind, struck by a sudden revelation. All these people I met today know each other. Good evening, Leander, Ias. Another drinking competition, I presume. Oh. Is it evening already? Could have sworn it was earlier. Just some friendly rivalry, Doctor. Nothing to be afraid of. Chorus acknowledges Leander and Ias with the slightest nod, ignoring Vera entirely, not that Vera seemed to mind. He tilts his head, and an impish smile curves his lips when he spots Mian looming silently behind Chorus. I almost didn't see you there, Mian. Looking for your booster seat? Mian pushes back their hood. They level Vera with a cool look. I doubt Ias wasn't allowed to bring his pet in here. Oh, I thought Ias wasn't allowed to bring his pet in here. Vera's tail gives an angry twitch. Ooh. At the first sign of an impending fight, Leander bolts clear over the counter. He slides in between Ias and Chorus. Now, let's try and keep the peace. It's not every day the esteemed doctor takes us up on a drink. His arm snakes around Chorus's shoulder. You are finally taking me up on that drink, right, Chorus? I'm afraid not. We were merely escorting Leah back to her lodging. Chorus gestures in my direction and my stomach sinks. I reluctantly step into the light. As soon as he sees me, Leander's face brightens. Leah, it's been too long. Everyone, this is Leah. She's new to Eridia. I feel 5 pairs of eyes fix onto me, and suddenly the bar feels suffocatingly small. My voice nearly catches in my throat. We've already met. Actually, I've already met everyone. You've already met? Ias and Vera level me with subtly amused expressions. Vera's tail gives a lazy wag. We did. Not that long ago either. I'm starting to suspect she's stalking me. He looked far too pleased with himself when I rolled my eyes. This calls for drinks. What does everyone want? In an instant, all eyes turned to Leander, freeing me from the burden of attention. I still can't believe they all know each other. Watching them talk amongst themselves feels surreal. I mean, honestly, look at this. This looks insane. This looks like a cosplay. Oh wait, look at his knuckles. Oh, they're bloody. Why is his knuckles bloody? Who did he fight? But for the first time since I undertook the journey to Eridia, I feel a faint glimmer of hope. I know I was meant to meet them. The low, pleasant rumble of Leander's laughter pulls me from my restless thoughts. Ha! Look, color me surprised. You make friends fast, Leah. I wouldn't go that far. We're more like acquaintances. A wise man once said that acquaintances are merely friends you haven't shared a drink with yet. A wise man? You said that here last week. I can hear Miam's lips curl with distaste from across the bar. Leander clears his throat and continues unperturbed. Let's toast to Leah's health. Care to join in, doctor? First politely declines with a wave of his hand. How about you, Mian? No. Are you? No. A resounding hop pierces the din of the bar, and we all turn in the direction of the noise. Vera looks almost bashful as he accepts an overflowing flute from the bartender, poured from a bottle as so old its label has been worn blank. They serve champagne here. Since when? Vera paused in the middle of licking champagne foam from his fingers with a coy smile. You don't mind, do you? In a transformation as impressive as his magic trick, the concern of Leander's face vanishes. He laughs softly. No, be my guest. I know you've got expensive taste. Then he shoots the bartender a frantic look. Unbothered or uninterested in his company, Ayas cants his head at me, a light smile on his lips. How about you, Sparrow? I did say I'd buy you a drink earlier. No. My treat. Ayas regards Leander over the lips of his glass. In the dim light, the glint of his crimson eyes looked downright dangerous. What up, Leah? Why do I keep getting offers like this? I assume if I want the doctor, I don't drink. I'm doing circles on the screen, you can't see. Water's fine. Allow me. Leander pushes away from the counter to go flag down the bartender, leaving me with Chorus and more distantly Mian. I'm not the least bit surprised that neither have bothered ordering anything. They both seem ready to leave at a moment's notice. Are we gonna get a full screen? They haven't shown the other person. It's the only reason I hadn't shot the screen yet. We're missing. Actually, you're missing 2. Right? There's 6 of them, right? Am I wrong? Is there only 5? I thought I said there was 6. I closed the window. I don't know. Water is a wise choice. It is your doctor duty to encourage. Is it your doctor duty to encourage sobriety? But Chorus shakes his head with a patient smile. The drinks here are notoriously watered down, most likely to cut costs, but it only encourages the patrons to overindulge. PM looks up from adjusting the lace of their bracers. The only reason anyone bothers coming here is for the cheap rooms and cheap drinks, perfect conditions for terrible mistakes. It almost sounds like you're speaking from experience. Their pale face reddened, and they looked away, scowling. Leadin returns with a glass of water that I accept with a mumbled thanks. He claps, drawing the attention of the group. All right, everyone, let's toast. May Leah stay and Eridia be full of bright adventures and discoveries. Cheers. Leander, Ias, Vera raise their glasses in unison. Mian only crosses their arms, and Kura watches with polite indifference. The water is bitter, cold, and tastes faintly metallic, but I savor it all the same. Gradually, the din of the crowded bar fades to low murmurs. I find myself relaxing for what feels like the first time in years. Aren't you the popular one, Leah? I'm guessing you met Curus first. It would be more accurate to say that I found her. Saved my life. I merely performed my duties as a doctor. Although I must admit that I was confused when I woke up missing all my clothes. Leander makes a choked noise somewhere between me and sighs. It's not what you think. Leah was in grave condition. I could hardly treat such injuries through tattered clothes. The silence that follows stretches uncomfortably long. I look away, unable to face Kura's disappointment, and catches Vera snickering behind his hand. That's my cue to change the topic. Kira isn't the only one who saved me today. Don't you listen? I didn't save you. We're simply there. That's Mian for you. Leander reaches for Mian, but they duck under his arm and with practiced ease without so much as looking his way. As reliable as they are moody. You're one to talk, considering you neglected to warn her to stay off the streets at night. Oh, I might have gotten a little distracted. Mian only responded in a short breath. He's blushing. At any rate, I never got a chance to thank you, Mian. Don't. The less soulless alive, the better. For a heartbeat, Mian's eyes flicker toward Ias, and their lips twist. Ias is too busy nodding along to Vera's enthusiastic patomium of stabbing to notice, lost, no doubt, in an enthralling discussion. I've had enough of this hellhole, let's go. Mian and Kor shared a brief look, then the doctor speaks up. Very well, but there is something that I must discuss with Leander, if you'll excuse us, Leah. And just like that, the three of them depart, leaving me alone to sip my water in silence. Or so I think, until I hear a voice so soft and low it practically is a purr. Lost your tour guide? I turn to find crimson and pink eyes trained on me. I'm not lost. It's not lost on me that they chose the instant the others left to strike, just my luck. I had to be abandoned with the two most irritating people I've met all day. Monsters or not, there's no telling what I'll do if either of them push me again. Don't tell me Leander's already snuck off to get his knob slobbered out back. He's got business with Chorus and Mihim. I don't know, I said it wrong. 2-on-1 business. Isn't he lucky? I can't tell if it's the champagne or the company, but Vera has grown noticeably more relaxed. He sits with his chin propped on the back of his hand. His ears twitch whenever a hiccup shakes his shoulders. Why are you so far away? Come, join us. Pats the empty bar stool beside Ias, but I hesitate. The smile Vera wears is sweet and distinctly sly, and with drinks in the mix, I dread how he and Ias will mess with me next. You don't bite unless you ask. I'm not sure about that. Just hours ago, you tried to rob me and you threatened me. Me? Still? Surely you must be mistaken. You sure it was me? Yes, it was you. And then you had the gall to kick me out just so you could go drinking. He gave another one of his shrugs. I was lonely. A simpler answer than I expected, but I guess I can't fault him for that. Vera suddenly slumps forward, gossamer sleeves pulling where he rests his elbows on his knees. Ayas sets his hand on Vera's waist, narrowly preventing him from tipping off the counter. How about we start fresh? Begin with proper introductions, get off on the right foot and whatnot. I'll start. My name is Vera, Veer even, hunter extraordinaire. Pierre right hand flutters to his chest, and he bows his head, flinching when hair falls into his eyes. Eris doesn't say anything, so I suppose it's my turn. You already know my name. I go by many names, it's Leah. Vera considers me for a long moment, his tail idly swaying behind him. Then he knocks back the rest of his champagne. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Leah. He says my name slowly and deliberately, savoring every syllable. There's only two. A tingle jumps down my spine. I quickly turn my gaze away. Ayas smirks at my reaction over the rim of his glass. Something funny? Nope. I open my mouth and close it just as quickly. They wanted me to react, goading me into another ridiculous game. While their sharp cat-like eyes keep me on edge, something about this tension is fun. It must be the exhaustion. A flash of white over Ayas's shoulder catches my eye. Across the bar, Chorus heads for the door. I don't see Leander or Meehan, but it feels wrong to let him leave without saying goodbye. I'll be back. Vera hums and wags his fingers at me as I leave. I slip through the crowd, careful not to touch anyone, but just as I'm nearing Curus, I stagger, shoulders checked by a man with a neck thicker than both of my thighs. He stares me down, nostrils flaring. Out of my way, shit stain. Asshole. I mutter while massaging my throbbing elbow. The roughneck wheels around, shoving a bloodhound out of the way so he can close in on me. What did you say? He shoves me backwards, sending me stumbling to the sticky floor. I've fallen 4 times today. This phases me not. I'm fine, but my heart leaps into my throat when I see the roughneck bearing down on me. You're trying to start something here? The roughneck freezes, his fist cocked back. A group of bloodhounds called by the commotion circle him, sizing him up. For what feels like an agonizing long moment, the roughneck looks from me to the bloodhounds. Finally, he sniffs and spits on the floor next to me, the lobby narrowly missing my cheek. Screw it, too many freaks in this circus tonight. He turns his back on me and comes face to face with Ayas. A dangerous smile spreads across his face. You'll do. What happened next is a blur. Ayas's fist crashes into the roughneck's jaw, causing an eruption of gasps, shouts, and even cheers around us. I scramble to my feet right as the frantic crowd swarms around me, cutting off my sight of everything and everyone. Through the ruckus, I hear Leander shouting, Hey, hey, Ayas, take it outside. Ignoring them, everyone look. Drinks are on me. With those 4 words, the wick erupts with hoots and hollers. The right amount of the ring around me disperses as bloodhounds and onlookers rush towards the bar. Through the thinning crowd, I catch a glimpse of the familiar faces. Ayas vanishes out the back, dragging the roughneck behind him. I'm gonna be lurking, but who is your favorite so far? Leander is probably my favorite so far, which is a surprise because I like Ayas, but Ayas is still confusing me. So Leander. If I'm saying any of these guys' names right. Also Mihim, I like them too. Chorus lingers near the door, searching, I suspect, for Andy wounded before he departs. Mihen draws their hood up tight as they slip out the slide door. Ayas and Leander are my faves. See good taste. I didn't think this would take this long, I won't lie. So I'll probably take a break before I start the next one. While Vera leans over the counter to swipe a glass of wine from behind the bar. Also Vera. Veri. I keep calling him Vera. Veri. VR. We're gonna call him VR. He's VR. He's 3D. I like his outfits. And Leander's seated at the opposite end of the bar, gestures dramatically and apologetically at the bartender. I hope the devs add the DLC love interest in the extended demo, probably see them in full game. When is the full game coming out? Because I saw this demo came out last year, didn't it? Like March, it said? Or am I crazy? Do I not know what year it is? Did it just come out? I'm not sure. 2025? Ooh. I saw pins on their website that they're making like giant pins of the guys' faces, and they have like a version that comes with those. I was a sticker girl. I love pins now. In the space of a heartbeat, I realize that there's no telling when or if I'll see any of them ever again. Whoever I pursue may be the last person I get to speak to tonight. I follow. This is the last thing I could do of all of them. Okay, we'll do least favorite to most favorite. So we're gonna start with Chorus, which honestly, I think he looks great, by the way. Hot on Chorus's heels, I squeeze my way out the bar. Of everyone I've met, he seems like the most likely to help me. And the least likely to murder me on a whim. There's a girl love interest and another guy love interest. There was goals in the Kickstarter. Both DLC love interest route fully funded. Nice. Honestly, I thought that Miam was a girl until they started calling them they. So I was like, oh, nice. Love it. I love inclusion. Earlier this morning, he said I couldn't go to the clinic for help. Earlier this morning, he said I could go to the clinic for help whenever I needed. Time to see if that promise was actually worth anything. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm free of the crowded bar. Chorus, hearing me, turns my way. Leah, you seem upset. I take that Amaryllis district is not to your liking. If nothing else, it's widely different from the secluded temple where I spent most of my days. That's not why I stepped out. You are not in need of treatment after that fall, are you? Like right here, he looks like Hisoka. I was gonna say it. I like Hisoka, so I was like, oh, he looks like Hisoka. His outfit even kind of looks like Hisoka. I scroll up at him, and he holds out his hand in a mollifying gesture. I apologize, Leah. Please continue. About time. Someone cuts right across me towards Chorus, stopping us both in the middle of the street. Even in the dim pink haze, this seems to blanket everything. There's no mistaking the pressed white uniform and the stiffly starched hat. Which backstory did you chose? I chose Hound. I chose, oh gosh, the Unknown. Can I see it? I don't know if I can see it. I chose the first one, the one where you were like seen as a god at first, and then you're like, no, and you run away. Another Cenobium cleric. I hastily step back, making myself as inconspicuous as possible. Can I help you? Nervous onlookers hastily part around Chorus and the cleric. The two form an island of white in a sea of teeming colors. Enough. You know why I'm here. Then I hope you find this edifying. Chorus reaches into his coat and produces 3 tiny glass vials bound together with a thick leather cord, a silvery powder shimmering inside. He's got unicorn blood, guys. He gently flicks the glass, watching the contents swirl and extend the vials to the cleric. This is it. They look extremely unimpressed. Appearances can be deceiving. He throws me a glance and I swift smile, but I'm too surprised to respond. Chorus was the first to warn me about the cenobium. Nobody I met had anything good to say about them. And yet here he is, openly dealing with them in the Amaryllis district. Yeah, but doesn't Veer also work for them too? Check the Discord, Otome. I sent screenshots of the 2 DLC love interest. Let's see what they look like. Let's see. Oh. Oh, he's got beautiful eyes. Okay. I don't... They need to say their names for me. I need, like, Elyon. It reminds me of Scene. Scene is gorgeous. A reanimated warden burdened by immortality. Say less, queen. I am there for you. I'll die at some point, but I'll be with you until then. They need to say their names. I never know how to say character name. Every time I say it different. I'm like, chorus? Like sand? Chorus sand? Or like, maybe they could just have one voice line where they say, hello, I'm this name. I glance between Chorus and the cleric, who seems to notice me for the very first time. Good night. They bow to Chorus, offer me an extremely functionary nod, and disappear into the seething crowd. Leah, is something amiss? Oh. What was that about? Isn't that dangerous? Conversation is hardly dangerous. You know what I mean. You were the one who warned me about them. Shh, be calm. He holds one finger to his lip, which suddenly curls in a cat-like smile. For now, please join me on a short stroll. Orm's golden eyes twinkle in the low light. He beckons me away from the main thoroughfare down to a side street filled with vendors hawking late-night snacks. What? There was a quiz for TOUCHSTARVED, which love interest you should date. I got Ias. Oh, really? Should I do the quiz? Should I have done it before I played? That way I didn't know anything about their personalities yet. Ias is really pretty. Like, Ias, I would say, in appearances alone, he got me. I was like, he's got tattoos and horns. Like, I like it. What? Wait! Now powerfully curious in spite of myself, I hurry after Chorus. Each of his long, graceful strides is easily 2 of mine. I catch a glimpse of him, his gleaming white coat, disappearing around the corner of the street. I want them to show the MC though. I want to see me next to this guy. The moment I catch up, the delicious scent of freshly baked goods flood my nose. My stomach gives a loud rumble. 1 honey pistachio cookie, please. Coming right up. Without breaking his swift pace, Chorus plucks the sticky confection out of the merchant's hand and offers it to me. The heavenly smell makes my stomach rumble once more. I take a bite without hesitation. Chorus watches me with an indignant smile. I notice he hasn't gotten anything for himself. You're not hungry? You need not concern yourself with me. I don't eat? ? He stops mid-sentence, his eyes darting back the way we came. The hairs stick up on the back of my neck. I turn just enough to peek over my shoulder, hoping I don't look too suspicious. Sure enough, it's the same cleric who waylaid us in the street, now wearing a thunderously angry expression. Uh-oh. Well, disappointment can be a learning experience. Glimmering of realization dawn over me, and I stare up at him. What exactly was in those vials? Perhaps a rare and potent alchemist catalyst, or some stale fish skin. The 2 do resemble one another, and it can be hard to tell them apart. Is he serious? I chance another glance at the cleric, who's now trying to elbow their way between the food stalls. A few people make way, but most don't even notice their efforts. The street is far too crowded with hungry patrons. Shall we? Without even waiting for a response from me, he glides swiftly into the crowd once more. I don't like either of these responses. You're messing with them. Is there a point to all this? Is there a point to all this running around? In addition to my personal amusement, I suppose I would like to show you the sights. He is serious. Or seriously fucking with me. I'm not sure which. My disquiet must show because Chorus' smile softens a bit. As I said, you have nothing to fear. Heard that before. He ducks into what looks like an abandoned doorway, but opens into a small covered market. The stalls here are full of more spices than I knew existed. Even taking a short breath makes me sneeze. Horace slowly slows his pace, occasionally pausing to examine the insistent hawker's wares. Wait. He looks up from a display of livid red leaves, each as long as my forearm. You said I have nothing to fear, but everyone in Aradia seems wary of the cenobium. People fear the obvious trapping of powers, wealth, force, or a hideous, ostentatious tower. For my part, I find such trappings merely disappointing. The cenobium once had great potential. They squandered it decades ago in the pursuit of trinkets, pleasure, and pretty tyranny. Tyranny. My bad. Their narrow, prosaic interests, they keep doing this to me, man, have rendered them blind to all else that moves. I think that's the most I've ever heard Chorus say on any topic. You've known him all of 2 hours. Give him a chance. Sound like you know them well. Chorus lets out a long, low sigh. You miss little Leah. Familiarity breeds contempt, and I am more familiar with Cenobium's crude methods than I would like. Now I'm getting somewhere, something beyond vague warnings or swift deflections. I decided to press the point while I have the chance. Familiar how? Forrest stops right in front of a display of pickled fruits, and I nearly run into his back. He steps aside at the last moment. His arms rest neatly but firmly on my waist. I tense, but he's careful to avoid my bandaged hands. Our pursuers refuses to take no for an answer. Them again. I thought we'd lost them in the crowd. I craned my neck to look for the cleric, but Chorus shakes his head this way. The next street over seems to be home to the high-end brothels. It's full of steep stairways and shadowy passages, perfect for discreet risk of losing a persistent tale. Pink curtains and painted facades. I've never heard of pink curtains, by the way. This was the first I've ever heard of them. And facades sprawl around me like a giant, colorful warren. It only takes a few more twists and turns down blind alleys and narrow walkways before I completely turned around. Horace, however, seems to be following some map in his mind. He takes each turn with swift confidence, guiding me with the occasional nudge. The gaps between teething buildings can hardly be called alleys, so narrow we have to pass through single file. Just a little further. The effortless grace which he moves is almost infuriating. It takes every ounce of concentration I have just to avoid tripping over loose tiles, discarded clothes, and unidentifiable rubble. Meanwhile, his long legs almost seem to float over every obstacle. His clothes are still completely pristine despite the soot-stained walls on either side. How the hell does he do it? I'm still trying trying to puzzle it out when I realize how warm it is with me practically tripping on his heels. The tiny gap between us seems to radiate heat, like breathing midday sun in the longest day of summer. Interesting. I slow my pace to put some distance between us, but Chorus immediately notices and matches me. Is something amiss? I'm just not used to this sort of pace. Ah, I did not mean to alarm you. I believe we finally have lost our tail. It's much quieter on the edges of the Amaryllis district, and the deals in the shadows look shadier. Did you enjoy your impromptu tour? Relief escapes me in a tired laugh. The day I've had playing Keep Away from the Cenobium cleric seems almost normal. I wasn't in moral peril, so that was a nice change of pace. He laughs too, a soft and pleasant chuckle, completely at odds with his usual cool demeanor. Are you sure we've lost the cleric? If there is one thing you can count on, it's the elitism of the Cenobium's finest. They will not deign to follow us this far. He sounds conflicted enough. I was starting to wonder if we'd have to make a full circuit of the city to ditch them. A beam of moonlight cuts through the clouds, casting his face into sharp relief. However, I should escort you back to your lodging. It would be unwise to let you go alone. What about you? Are you staying at Wetwick? Of course not. And you're going back to your clinic alone? You just said that it's a bad idea. He pauses, stares at me, then his expression relaxes into a gentle smile. Fear not, Leah. Only the most desperate of fools would dare lay a hand on me. It sounds insane after 2 near-death, soulless encounters, but part of me believes him. The few people who I'm trying to grab my chapstick. The few people who are still out huddled beneath street lamps are in doorways, desperate to be as close to safety as possible. Chorus, on the other hand, looks more relaxed than I've ever seen him. He's strolling down the middle of the street, bold as if it was broad daylight. Even walking alongside him makes me feel more secure, warmer both inside and out. I hang on to the faint spark of hope and screw up my courage. Do you mean it this morning when you said I could come back for your help? Every word. All his earlier mirth vanished, replaced by calm focus. I don't know what to say. Which reminds me, this is carrot cake flavored, which is so exciting. I don't know what to say to that. I almost expected his offer to be courteous. An easy way to get me out the door. He gave you free clothes, my lady. The fact that he meant it. Why do you ask? I believe I have already made my intentions to help you quite clear. His eyes flicker briefly to my arm, the one that he miraculously reattached when he found me. I can almost imagine how him counting the neat stitches. I just want to make certain. Still figuring out who's trustworthy and who's trouble. I see. Iridia does tend to attract extreme individuals. Including you? Leah, I decline to incriminate myself in your eyes. I can recognize a smooth deflection when I hear it, though if he won't talk more about himself, maybe he'll tell me about someone else. I decided to ask about... Not to redo this a bunch of times. Oh no. Leander. Why'd you send me to Leander for help? If you know Eridia better than Leander, the company he keeps can be questionable, but I have confidence in him. Yeah, his bloodhounds seem rough around the edges. Leander has always preferred the company of those like him. Survivors of low-town harsh realities, you must have noticed how they flock to him. I nod. He seems to know every single person in Wetwick. You can ask him about all the guys, so don't worry. Oh, nice. I don't have to go back to my load. Is that a good thing? Leander's closest peers trust him with their lives. I would say that counts for something. Oh, good. Vier, how do you know Vier? Chorus visibly stiffens, and I remembered the venom in Vier's voice when he grabbed me. That fucking doctor. It looks like the feeling is very much mutual. Regrettably, Vier is one of my worst patients. How did you cross his path? He stole my room key. You are fortunate that he did nothing else. He is far deadlier than he seems, though there is a reason he is not at liberty. A reason for the collar and chain. He seems pretty dodgy to me already. I hesitate, waiting for Chorus to elaborate, but he seems to find even the thought of Vera distasteful. Ias. Have you ever been out to see Ias at the sea spring? Once. Only once. Seems like a spring with miraculous powers would interest a doctor. A long silence follows, so long that I'm not sure Curious heard me. I'm about to repeat myself when he finally speaks in a near whisper. Ias is the rare newcomer who has proven himself immediately worthy of respect. Ooh, that's nice. The sea spring is another matter. Hidden depths often contain unwelcome secrets. You could say that about anything around here. A fair point, nonetheless. I have seen many purported wonders, and the sea spring is unlike any other. Only time will tell what that means. Mien! You and Mien sound like you knew each other well. Chorus heaves a long, suffering sigh. I know them better than most, and less well than I would like. Like you, Mien is a recent arrival. Their time here has been particularly difficult. As much as I would like to help, he trails off, but I know exactly what he's talking about. Mien didn't seem like the sort of person who would accept help easily. Do they always pick fights that are twice their size? I have implored them not to. They rarely listen. With my curiosity sated, for now, I fall silent. I wish Curris had given me just a little more to go on, but he seems almost as tight-lipped about others as he is about himself. By the time we're back at the Wetwick, the Amaryllis district seems even noisier and more raucous than before. Drunken patrons overflow onto the streets, which reeks of spilt wine. How am I supposed to sleep with all this racket? I suggest the stiffest drink at the bar, alternatively a ball of wax. Very funny. Even with how tired I am, I'm not sure I'll get a wink of sleep. I'm about to say goodbye to Chorus when someone staggers out of the Wetwick and right into me. I stumble back, heels teetering on the edge of a filthy gutter. Leah? The next thing I know, a pair of warm arms catch around my waist. I find myself staring up at Chorus, pressed against his chest. His grasp loosens, but he doesn't quite let me go. Something shifts in his gaze, his eyes fix on my face, and I feel myself growing hot all over at his intense scrutiny. I need a CG for this. What does he see in me? What's he looking for? Chorus? My apologies. Even after he moves away, the warmth of his touch lingers through my clothes. I quickly tug my cloak straight, trying to recollect my scattered thoughts. Good night. Thank you for everything today. You are most welcome. He turns and slips into the crowd, though I can pick out his pristine white coat with ease. A chilly gust howls down the street. When did it get so cold? Oh, choose your fate. Wait, I can keep going? I'm so confused. How long is this demo? It's just, okay, cool. Why is this cutting off? This is literally cutting off on the screen. What the heck? This screen is how the screen looks, by the way. This is how it, like, the pan is. The Repentant Angel. From all appearances, Chorus is a principled something, cut off, extraordinary skilled, but you know a little about the professional mask, and Chorus keeps even his blank full distance. If you uncover his deepest secret, you will, like, something. So it's gonna stop here, right? If I hit confirm, it's just gonna stop, right? Thank you for playing! Okay, cool. Let's go to continue. We'll go back to... I got scared. I thought the music had stopped. We'll go back to... Alright. So Chorus was last on my list. So let's see. Leander's top. Ias is top. Let's go with Veer. Of all the people I've met, only one left me with more questions than answers. Vera knows more than he lets on, I'm certain of it, and if he's feeling as playful as he was earlier, I might be able to get information out of him. Still, lingering doubt looms heavily over my decision. Can I really trust someone who lies so readily? Don't we all? Returning to the bar is slow work with a heavy crowd eyeing for drinks. When I find Veer, he's leaning against the counter with his elbows propped on the edge and a wine glass raised to his lips. Now for the first time I catch myself staring, and judging by the looks I see thrown his way, I'm not the only one. Yet there's a clear ring around Vera no one else seems bold enough to cross. I like his ear twitches, by the way. One ear perks at the sound of my approach, but Vera doesn't so much as look my way, even when I slide onto the seat beside him. I didn't think he planned on sticking around. A free drink's a free drink, even if it tastes like rat piss. Didn't you say you wouldn't be caught dead slumming in this shithole? Vera takes a delicate sip from his glass, but his tail thrashes below the bar. You've caught me red-handed. He peers at me over the rim of his glass in a low light, his eyes glitter jewel bright with amusement. However will you punish me? I figured my company's punishment enough for you. Vera's lips twitch and he smiles despite himself. So you survived the night. Are you here for the praise, or will a head pat do? I feel a muscle in my jaw flex at the cruel twist to his smile. His arrogance has made a full recovery, meaning only one thing. Vera has sobered up, so much for my plan. About that, turns out you were right. I did run into trouble. Now I can't decide if you're an oracle, an actual threat, or just completely full of shit. Vera scoffs. Most women would buy me a drink before insulting me. After the way you jerked me around, if anyone owed a drink, it's me. Vera falls so uncharacteristically quiet that for a moment I fear that I actually crossed a line. Then he props his chin on his wrist. I don't think you understand how things work here. Information is a luxury, one you flung carelessly aside. I'm not following. If you valued my words, you'd have taken them seriously. I gave you free advice, warned you of the danger you were in, and you still went prancing off to the sea spring. Small wonder the soulless didn't tear you to ribbons. My first impulse is to argue, but what he said doesn't sit well with me. How did he know what happened to me? How'd you know I left? What's soulless? How'd you know about the soulless? Did you follow me? Of course not. Then how did you know? I have a very sensitive nose, remember? Right, how could I forget? Do you normally greet people by shoving your nose into their laps like an overeager Labrador? Oh no, he lost his pupils. For a heartbeat, Vera's eyes grow wide and flat. Then he laughed under his breath. Only the ones I like. Vera trades his empty wine glass for a long abandoned tumbler sweating beside him. Soft lumps of ice bob in the water, dredge of whiskey. But the truth is, I despise most people. His eyes flicker over my shoulder and thin as Leander's hoarse laughter erupts from the other side of the bar. What about me, now that we've started off on the right foot? Oh. I don't know if he stood fully forward last time. Like, he is a wild man. I feel like me and Vier will fight a lot. Like enemies to lovers. Yeah, and then you'll still fight afterwards, though, because it's going to continue to be... it's going to continue to be what it is. Oh no, hang on. I kept trying to make chat not be in the way of the pop-up, but this might not be possible. This is me trying to make things aesthetically pleasing for myself. Is it working? Is it working? He turns, angling so that he can look me over. His gaze is agonizingly slow as he glides over me. Finally, his lips quirk. I haven't made up my mind about you yet. It's a start, or so I think, until his eyes slide away and he turns back towards the bar. It's not Vera's attitude that bothers me. No, I expected that of him. It's the fact that I've got no idea how I'm supposed to hold a conversation, much less get answers, when he's being so testy, and his foul mood is infectious. Did I do something to piss you off? He lets out a short breath. No. Another lie. I'm close enough to catch the subtle bristles of his tail. I'm just disappointed. People like us can't help but attract danger, yet you seek it out, and for what? Cheap thrills? I wasn't trying to get eaten by soulless. There's something I'm looking for. And you think Mian can help you, Leander? Are you really willing to risk your life for those dipshits? What life? You've got no idea what I'm gone through, or forget it. I start to rise, but Pierre touches my shoulder. It's little more than a brush, but enough to give me pause. His eyes search mine, softer somehow than before. They couldn't even begin to understand you, but I could. I could help you, if only you'd listen. How do I know I can trust you? You don't, but I'm slightly less inclined to waste your time with empty flattery or insults than those two. Is what you desire really worth risking your life for? If you knew the kind of life I've lived, you wouldn't be asking. Greer considers the condensation sweating from his glass for a long moment before speaking again. Will you trust me? That's a hard... For now, yes. Yeah, sure. You've got a collar on? You're good? Sure. I nodded, and he rewards me with a small smile. Good. Vera rises the tumbler to me, then snaps back the dregs. When she's finished, he wipes his mouth on the back of his hands. Let's talk outside. Okay, just finished his drink. If I have smell Leander's skunky aftershave for much longer, I'll hurl. With that, he slips away from the bar, leaving me to follow the path of his long, trailing tail through the crowd. It's so cold outside, the breeze cuts clean through my bandages, freezing my fingers. But if the chill bothers Vera, he doesn't show it. I guess you should be with a hot doctor. He's literally hot. He lopes purposely down the street into an alley. This far from the wick, the bar racket is little more than an indistant hum. The streets, as dead as the Amaryllis district, were crowded. A vague sense of unease falls over me. You had a question, ask. Vera's breath mist in the dark. In the cold moonlight, his shadow stretches unnaturally long over the cobblestone streets. Quickly, I've got a show to attend. Heavenly Ludist, as I'm sure I've mentioned. He looks down his nose at me, effortlessly impervious, with one hand set on his hip, and for a breath I'm reminded of the stark want that gleamed in his eyes when he touched me. If he weren't so pretty, I'd walk away. I think that's the quote I need. That's Oh no, it didn't do it. I didn't screenshot the right part. There we go. But I need answers, and I can't think of a better way than starting with the people I met earlier. If Vera doesn't prove trustworthy, maybe one of them will. First, I'll ask about... Oh, I can ask them all. I see. Ias. I'd like to know more about Ias. You two seem close. He made an impression. Surprising. Not surprising. He's strong, ruthless, easy on the eyes. Gives it almost as well as he takes it, even if he's awfully greedy. Big everywhere, really. Bit simple, but you know what they say about still water. I need a Veer and Ias parley route. Yeah, they apparently... Look at this. He's blushing, talking about him. I don't know what they say about still water, but I'm too distracted by the change that's come over Veer to ask. A coy smile plays on his lips as he winds a finger around the chain dangling from his collar. I thought you didn't like most people. Ias isn't most people, he's better. Our eyes meet and Vera Tender's expression curdles. He makes a tiny sound of distaste in the back of his throat. He's more trouble than he's worth. Dangerous, too. Stay away from him and those red-eyed freaks if you value your safety or your sanity. If that's why you scolded me for going... Is that why you scolded me for going to the sea spring? I really don't think Ias is as bad as you're saying. He's got tattoos, Veer. You don't know him. Not like I do. People had some issues about Veer and Ias' relationship. Like, y'all acting like they date and they are friends with benefits, smiling in an evil way. They can be both. They can date. Who knows? Maybe they're dating other people. They can date whatever they want. Oh, she knows how big he is. That's all that matters. The corner of his lip twitches. Mian. I got to admit, I was surprised to see that you and Mian know each other. Are you friends? Oh yes, we laugh and go shopping and have sleepovers where we braid each other's hair and kiss with a little tongue. I begin to wonder if Veer's ever had friends. Let me guess, you don't like them. Can't stand them. The first time we met, they stabbed me. People were worried for no reason, shaking my head. Worried for what? They can date. I don't care if I'm getting in the middle of a relationship. Who knows? One day we get a poly route. Poly routes are fine. I'm picky as it stands. Oh no, my game turned off again. Hang on. I have this switch on in the background, Asia. You might not have noticed. But the switch is on in the background because it said I can't play the music in this game if I'm streaming. So my Switch is on, so I have a load screen on for a game. I guess I should remember to touch this every so often. Every hour it looks like. It goes, hey, you're on a load screen. This is me not being good at having background music, so I'm using my Switch to play background music. But hey, the music's well, right? I put on Brushihana. Brushihana? That's what I put on. Brushihana? Yeah, that's what I have on in the background because I own it on my Switch, so I can just play. Slid cold, hard steel between my ribs, nearly nicked my heart. It was exquisite. The knife, I mean, some sort of antique. Min's done nothing but disappoint me ever since. So you're not close. Can you imagine me being friends with that crabby little quilljoy? Impossible. Not unless they learn to lighten up. Do they all kind of have a pair, like the doctor and them, and then him and the devil, and then Leanne? I don't know. I need music for visual novels to be on Spotify so I can listen to it when I go outside. Sometimes they let you play it. I'm just saying. It's nice. This is a chill song. I guess I should add Brushihana to my list of games I need to play soon. I'm afraid not even a surgeon as practiced as Chorus could remove the stick wedged firmly up Mian's hurt ass. Speaking of Chorus, let's ask about Chorus. I want to ask you about I regret speaking as soon as I start. Vera mentioned Chorus before, though not by name. His reaction last time was nasty, but I can't back down now, not with Vera's eyeing me suspiciously about the doctor, Chorus. I can imagine a polyroute with Chorus and Mihan. I could see it. I also am very curious with Chorus. I tense, ready for a blowback, but Vera only flicks his hand dismissively. Bit of a bore, if you ask me, but he's popular enough, you know, on account of his massive heart. He winks as though the stress he placed on heart wasn't already suggestive. There's always a line wrapped around the block for his services. People can't seem to get enough of his special medicine. Probably because he doesn't charge anything. Vera's tail gives an impatient twitch. Or they're eager for a little mouth-to-mouth with their pelvic examinations, if you get what I mean. When I grimace, Vera grins wolfishly at me. There's clearly no point in asking him anything else about Chorus. Is he always charging no one? I thought he said he doesn't charge new people. The devs was like, make some choice for Chorus. What he should use. He was making a cake for me, and I think on Tumblr, Instagram, we can vote. Oh, that sounds cute. I don't know. He gives off such standoffish vibes. Before I can ask my next question, Vera gives a frustrated growl. Don't you dare ask me about another soul. I haven't got all night for idle gossip, but I wasn't finished asking. You got 2 more questions. Make them count. So much for being helpful, but I suppose that's just how information works in this exhausting city. No more time for idle chatter. I'll get straight to the point. Leander told me that's the synodium imprisoned people. Did he mean you? Leander's a moaning fool with a throbbing victim complex. He loves to see himself as a savior, but the only difference between his cronies and the synodians' stooges are the uniforms. I am a loss for words. I don't know what surprises me more, the bluntness with which Vera speaks or the venom lacing his ordinary silken voice. The cake he made, it looks cute, but taste was nasty. Mian was like, thank you, but in their mind they were like, this is terrible. It sounds like everything's terrible though. Maybe he just didn't have good ingredients. You're asking who, when you should be asking why, says the asshole counting my questions. The look he throws me is influentially self-satisfied. Fine, why were you in prison? For the same reason they'll disappear you, given half the chance I'm something special. Vera bows his head, gathering his hair in his hands and lifting it from his shoulders to bear the plain leather collar adorned his neck. See this collar? He cranes his neck, inviting me to lean closer. Looks unremarkable, doesn't it? I had assumed that Vera's collar was a personal touch. On closer glance, the thick, supple leather is molded to fit his neck snugly. But the large silver buckle seems easy enough to pry open. I only have one choice, but out of habit, I am saving. Touch it. I reach forward to touch the buckle, but Vera's hand lashes out. Long, slender fingers wrap around my wrist, exerting just enough pressure to hint at how easy he could snap my bones. If it was some people's fault, we voted on whatever he should use for the cake. Oh no, that's so mean. Don't you know better than to touch without asking? I didn't have a choice, Pierre. He toots like a scolding teacher, but as an impish smile grazes his lips. You didn't ask first. Yeah, you gotta play along with him. He wants you to. Can I please? Our eyes meet, his thin with amusement. No, you may look, but you don't touch. He lets go of my arm. I smooth down my bandage more to keep the grip. More to get a grip than anything. I can't lose my composure again. By now, I'm fully expected Vera to begin walking away, but the fact that he's still here suggests that he's either forgot about his warning, or he was never counting my questions to begin with. Are you saying that'll happen if the Cenobium finds out I'm different? I'll be collared. Doubtful. They keep me around because I'm best at what I do. And what exactly do you do so well? Killing. He says it carelessly, without hesitation. As long as I wear this collar, I'm made to hunt the Cenobium's dizzying array of enemies, monsters, soulless, noisy dissidents who grow over bold. I'm bound by their will until the day I die. That's awful. Vera mumbles in agreement. Isn't it? And that's all you're getting from me. I really must leave now. I'll be late. That's it? Why'd you bring me here if you weren't going to explain everything? He had the nerve to laugh. Isn't it obvious? I wanted to lure you out here alone so I could eat you. You're lying again. Are you asking? And you're asking far too many questions for someone hiding so much. He sneers, and reflectively I shove my hands deep into my cloak. What makes you think I'm hiding anything? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the tough act, or the way you tense up the slightest provocation. More likely it's the bandages. Not exactly subtle. I'll be going, unless you're willing to share some morsels with me. There's a biting edge to his playful tone. I can't tell you anything. Wrong. You can start with what. You can start with what you are. I take a step back, but my back hits a wall as Vera follows me in lockstep, in turn, only to find his left hand resting on the wall beside my head, caging me in. See, this needs a CG. My back hits a wall. Vera reaches for me, his fingers curl around my chin and lift, forcing me to meet his lidded gaze. Would you believe me if I said that the eyes are the windows to the soul? My eyelids twitch. Cliché, I know, but let me tell you a little secret. Vera leans in until his lashes tickle my cheek, and the warm, fainting spice scent of his air drowns out the stench of greasy cooking fires and chimney smoke. There's nothing you can hide from me. His voice is so slow, so supple I could slip into it. You poor thing, misled by those you trusted most, you caused so much suffering unknowingly. I know that pain. I can help you forget it all. I swallowed thickly. How could he possibly know? This must be some kind of trick. But for once, Vera isn't smiling. All that suffering has made your soul so irresistible. His piercing eyes pin me to the spot. The look on his face makes my blood run cold. I've seen it before. Traveling through the waste, the lanterns would occasionally reveal carcasses picked clean by starving scavengers whose eyes shone in the dark with the same ravenous hunger. Vera takes a shuddered breath. You're trembling. What if you and I went somewhere quieter alone? Oh, is he gonna kill me? Will he kill me? Do I die in this route? The devs showed this part on Instagram. They added a third choice. They added more stuff, probably extended demo or full game. Ooh. Surrender? I'm sick of running or hurting or suffering. Surrendering completely is the easiest thing I've ever done. Before I can finish, Vera hushes me. A gloved thumb runs across my lip, bringing the taste of leather when it dips into my mouth. He bends closer and closer. Through the gazy veil of his hair, I see shadows spread in holes of smoke, eddies of darkness peeling off the walls and blooms to blot out the moon. Sensations flee from the light, leaving me numb to everything except the sudden pressure of a hand tightening around my throat. Something snaps and a bitter tag of copper floods my mouth. Vera's lips crush mine as he swallows the ready thread of my final breath. Oh! They did mention something big news, probably this month or next month. Hopefully extended demo or adding DLC love interest. Nice. This time death comes swiftly and permanently. The end. And there isn't any more. My back hits a wall as Vera follows me in lockstep. I turn only to find his left hand resting on the wall. Oh. I see. Resist. Part of me wants nothing more than to let him take me, to surrender completely to him. It would be so easy. But I'm not about to give up now. I thought it'd take me to the main menu. I didn't realize it'd take me back into the game. You're late, Ludist. Vera's blinks. His voice comes out soft and breathy. Shame. He eases back, and for what feels like the first time since he cornered me, I breathe, but my relief is short-lived. Nimble fingers trail down my jaw before closing around my throat. The touch is feather-like and teasing, but my pulse still leaps. One last thing, Leah. Spoken so softly that the pounding of my heart nearly drowns out his words. Call me a dog again and I'll break you. Understand? His lips curve, but there's no humor in his voice. Yes. Good. As soon as Vera releases me, I sink against the alley wall to catch my breath. He looks down on me, his expression distinctly smug. Let's get one thing straight. I ate a monster 3 times your size for breakfast too, actually. The first tasted dreadful, like a fisherman's old ashtray, but that's besides the point. You and I may be alike, but don't ever forget that what I am, or what I do best. He flashes me a dazzling smile. Leah? Anyone seen Leah? I don't know. Who's asking? Leander's voice echoes from the direction of the wick I whip around. I nearly call back before remembering Vera's apparent distaste for Leander. I glanced back at Vera. Let's get things straight. I'm not. Oh, God. That is one of my favorite quotes. Is he gone? Like smoke. He's only gone, vanished into the dark. I'm left in the deserted alley, trembling with a delirious mixture of exhaustion and excitement. I can see why. I would feel that way about I don't know, what is he? Is he I kept calling him a cat. He said he's not a dog. Is he not a dog? Is he a fox? What is he? Your hair. Oh yeah, I dyed it yesterday. I won't lie. It's hecka patchy. The stuff I used went on like water. And so I'm like, ooh, this is not sticking. So it still turned out okay, which is good. We're ready for Nori's route is what's happening. It's more like a fox. So good. But yeah, this is for Nori's route. I'm ready for Tuesday. We're gonna do Nori's route on Tuesday. We're gonna play it beginning to end, and then we're gonna do secret route, and then we're gonna do the person I have been waiting for the most. I'm so excited. Fuck. She's so turned on. I let out a long, shaky exhale, then condenses in the freezing air. Only once my racing heartbeat slows do I make my way back towards the wick, guided by the distant sound of Leander's voice. Let's see. I don't know why this cuts off. This is how the screen is. This is the game screen. Vera serves as a warning to the dangerous posed by something. A cunning as he is vicious, Vera finds you fascinating, insists that he can help, but trusting him means something. To collect beasts with lethal reputation. Can Vera protect you, or are you his honeyed words to something something? It cuts off every time. But look at this guy's eyes. Like, I like his eyes. So yeah, he's cute. All right, let's go back to our next one. Okay, so we did Chorus and Veer. So then let's do, because I like Ias and Leander. So let's do Mihen. As a reminder, I say none of these words correctly. I can't let Mian slip away so easily. They might be the most standoffish person I've met so far, but they're the only one who seems even close to neutral on the Cenobium. My gut tells me they know more about the tower than they're letting on. By the time I make it out the bar, they're already halfway down the street. Drawing my cloak closer to ward off the chill, I hurry after them, but at this hour, the Amaryllis district is full of corrosing people. While Mian slips through the crowd with surprising agility, I struggle to keep pace. The edge of their cloak flutters as they round the corner. Determined to at least try and catch up, I take the same turn into a dim side street, and then they like pin me against a wall. But Mian is nowhere to be seen. Didn't you learn your lesson earlier? I nearly jumped out of my skin, whirling to find Mian right behind me. They don't even look ruffled. They fold their arms, pointedly staring me down. I thought nearly getting eaten would teach you that being out alone at night is dangerous. I'm not alone. It's a good thing I'm not alone then, isn't it? Mian looked at me in blank confusion for a moment before realization dawns. Are you always so persistent? Oh, Mian's blushing. I didn't really know how to read them. They shift between aggressive and hesitant without warning, and I have no idea how to tell which way they'll swing. It's a problem in the real world too. But I can't help feeling a little thrill when pink sweeps across their cheeks. I kinda have to, it's how I stay alive. Mian covers their composure quickly, their mouths shifting into a frown. They glance away, eyes sweeping across the street. I went too far, but like, you've been lucky so far, but it won't last. Nobody in this city is trustworthy. Not even you? I will share some sweets with Mian. They love sweets. Oh, they love sweets? Dude, they also, honestly, they like a little bit of bondage. Like, look at this neck piece. Especially not me. I've met clams that opened up more willingly than Mian, But even if they don't talk about themselves much, they must have opinions about Chorus. You and Chorus seem to get along, though. The tense lines in Mien's features soften. He's an exception. Few people are willing to help others, fewer when there's any risk involved, and of them, Chorus is unique. I have a feeling that Miem doesn't smile often, but the curve of their lips, somehow slight, is unmistakable. They catch themselves. Their expression closes off with a near audible snap. He's not the worst, a decent doctor, even if he asked too many questions. But nothing is really free here. He didn't take any payment from me. He rarely does. That just means he's paying down the debt elsewhere. What debt? What debt do I owe? I want to see them smile. It was a cute smile. I also like their little mole. It's cute too. How did you meet Vier? Mien's face crunches like they just bitten into a rotten lemon. That perverse flea bag jumped me during fogfall, so I stabbed him and left him in the gutter where he belongs. My heart thudded hard in my chest. Their voice is icy with disgust. The night air feels warm by comparison. It's only a shame it didn't stick. I suppose I will still have to keep trying. I swallow hard, a sour feeling twisting in my stomach. I take it your opinion hasn't changed. My voice comes out a little shakier than I would have liked. They glance at me, and a flicker of something, guilt, flashes across their expression before it's buried by irritation. He fucks with people for kicks. Every sentence out of his mouth is either crass innuendos or conceited put-downs, and whatever he's done is bad enough that the Cenobium has him on a leash. There are monsters living on every other street. He's the only one who needs a muzzle before he's taken out for a walk. Elated, I close my mouth. Leander? Leander seems fond of you. He's an idiot. Oh, man. Do you like Leander? An obnoxious blowhard who can't shut up to save his life. Their words are harsh, taken at face value, but it's at complete odds with the flush creeping across their cheekbone. Is that all? They huff. It seems to physically pain them to speak again. He does acceptable work. He pays on time, which is more than I can say for most, and his bloodhounds look after Lowtown. If he's capable of being quiet for more than 10 seconds at a time, he'd be almost tolerable. Their tone grows almost fond, but then their brows draw together as they glare at me. Why at me? But I'm not one of his bloodhounds. If he told you otherwise, he is talking out his ass as usual. He has work to offer, and sometimes I take it that's all. Somehow, I doubt that Mien seems disinclined to say more. Ayas! What about Ayas? How do you feel about Ayas? You don't seem to like Ayas? I don't like anyone, but especially not that bloodthirsty gangster. The words tumble from their mouth before I can even finish my sentence. Did he do something to you? Beyond existing? No, but I'm not waiting around to get hurt first. The sea spring he runs with all those smiling red-eyed peoples, I suppose he's one saving grace is that he hasn't forced anyone to drink from it yet. Monsters like him don't know or care about what they have. It makes me sick. Their voice echoes down the empty street, startling me. I blink, staring at them. You really don't like monsters, do you? Mien fixes me with a flat gaze, their pale eyes like chips of ice. Every monster forced their way out of the shroud and into this world for some reason. I may not know Ias's reason, but to the vast majority of monsters, humans are food, playthings, or beneath notice. This may simply be their nature, but I don't have to like it. And I'm not going to risk my life in the hopes that any of them is different. A lot of humans fear or hate monsters, but there's something different about Mien's talk about them. It sounds personal. If you're going to keep asking questions, ask about something else. Doors bang open at the end of the street, lights and laughter pour out of the bars, followed by a group of giggling people in white uniforms. Phenobium students having a night on the town. Mien hesitates only for a moment before they start down the street in the same direction as the students. When I follow close on their heels, they grimace, speaking through gritted teeth. Why are you still following me? I think you're cute. When I ask them about Vera, I notice something odd besides their fermented dislike of him. While Mien didn't exactly sound enthusiastic about the cenobium, they were the first to speak of it with anything besides open animosity. Ahead of us, the students pile into another bar. Mien ducks into the alley next to it. If nobody in the city is trustworthy, what about the cenobium? The line of the narrow shoulder abruptly tenses. They lift their chin, giving me a wary look. Horace must have warned you about the nature of the city's currency. Right, information and secrets. I fidget, uncertain. I don't trust Mien's unpredictable moods, or all the things they clearly aren't saying. Their eyes dip towards my hands, passing over the bandage like a razor, the pressure light, but full of keen-edged possibilities. I shiver hastily, shoving my hands into my pockets. They frown, but their gaze drifts away from me to the window of the bar next to us. It's opaque, either frosted glass or caked in dust, but some of the warm light diffuses onto the alley. Cenobium is a place of learning. If someone has questions that can't be answered anywhere else, the cenobium might have the solution. Or at least that's how it was once upon a time. These days the doors are closed to outsiders. That's about what I expected after how I was practically shooed off earlier. Just as I started to relax, they speak again. Whatever you're looking for there, the cost may be higher than you're willing to pay. Like I thought. Okay. The sheer hypocrisy of the words trick me off. What gives you the right to talk when you're doing the same exact thing to me? What questions are you asking that only the cenobium can answer? That's personal. So there is something Mihen's looking for at the cenobium. I suppose that makes two of us. If we're following groups of cenobium students around, they must not be having much luck either. Everyone else seems to fear or hate the cenobium, but you don't. They flinched, spurred onward by curiosity and my lingering annoyance. I press forward. You must know something about them. Something you haven't told Leander or Chorus. But they're not letting you in, which means you're on the outside, one of the outsiders. Got so close now. But they're not. Oh, I said it. It didn't go to the next thing. What the heck? In the space between our breasts and the next, Mien closes the distance between us. Slender fingers grip the front of my shirt, and they slam me against the wall with shocking strength. Okay, where's my CG for this? The force of the movement knocks their hood back. Messy hair flutters around their face. I'm standing on tiptoes. Mien lifts me nearly clear off the ground with one single hand. The realization sends an electric tingle down my spine, but before I can begin to wonder what that's about, Mien snarls in my face. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. The anchor twist on their mouths draws my eyes down to the beauty spot on the corner of their lips. I can't seem to stop staring at it. I like your mold. It's incongruously delicate compared to the fire in their gaze, the steel-boned strength of their grip, but then, so is the rest of them. Neither do you. Neither do you. We're practically strangers, so why are you acting like you know anything about me? Your lines of questions isn't exactly subtle. And it's not hard to guess that this has something to do with your hands. You think you can use me to get into Cenobium? Don't be naive. I don't get angry easily. I can't afford to, when a moment of carelessness could be fatal. But when they mention my hands, my temper flares hot. Who says I'm the one who needs you? Realization strikes me like a thunderclap. You're not getting anywhere by yourself either, are you? But you can't make yourself ask for help. You're stuck, and it's your own fault. I brace myself, expecting Mia to snap at me again. Instead, their gaze drops, eyes falling away from my face. Their brow furrows in frustration, but the twist of their mouth is miserable. Their voice trembles almost impeccably when they speak. I know. The city only cares about what you can give or what you can take from you. Information, power, connections. If you're an outsider here, nobody will help you. Nobody will even try. You don't belong anywhere. My heart thuds in my chest for an entirely different reason now. They seem suddenly very small. Alone. Like me. Mian jerks backwards, releasing me so abrupt that I nearly stumble. Maybe they realized how close we were. Maybe they said too much. Press forward or let them go. Let's go. Determined not to let this go, I press forward. Mian takes another step back, but this time, they're the ones with their back against the wall. Look, we both want something from Cenobium, right? But neither of us are going to get anywhere on our own. We could help each other. It's worth a shot, don't you think? Mian sighs, the annoyed... Hang on. They sound annoyed, but any real hostility seems to have gone out of them. You made it this far already, I'll grant you that. But if you're looking for help, you should look elsewhere. If you stay too close to me, you'll get hurt. You saved my life! Before I can think of what to say, the tavern doors bang open again. The Cenobium students spill back out, considerably drunker. Their ranks seem to have swelled with the other barflies. The group floods back into town towards the great tower, rising moonward. As I'm distracted by the commotion, Mian slips away from me, drawing their hood up. I catch their eyes for just a moment, then they're gone, vanishing into the crowd. Alright, let's learn about Mian. Oh, look at that. Look how cute they are. Despite their cold nature and familiarity with Berber, they claim they're dangerous, but could they be Berber? It cuts off, and I don't know why. It's like it's meant to be wide, but it only gave me options to make this square, so I don't understand. Alright, we're gonna continue back here. Alright, all that's left is Ias and Leander. I'm gonna save Ias for last. I said I like Leander more than Ias, but I feel like Ias has more mystery around him than Leander. For a second time today, I find myself squeezing through a crowd to reach Leander. And as soon as he sees me, his easy smile fades. Are you alright, Leah? Forgot my own name? Did I just forget my own name? I'm not used to someone looking at me with such earnest concern. I've been through worse today. From the sounds of it, you've had quite the day. How are you holding up? Could be better. Not bad considering I've been threatened, robbed, and came close to dying too many times to count. I should have known not to let you out of my sight. How about the next time you want to see the city, I come along. I can be your personal guide. You've already helped me more than enough. Leander signals for the bartender. I'm parched. Do you want anything? I wonder what happens if I had all 3 drinks. I accidentally picked water. I meant to pick the drink. Something strong and simple. He raised 2 fingers at the bartender. Make that 2. Once he orders, Leander turns back to me. Did you at least get to try any good food? I had these fried donut sticks from a vendor near here. As soon as I begin describing my meal, his eyes brighten with recognition. The long lads from Weenstall. You gotta try them with porridge. What? Alright, I love donuts. Let's have them with porridge. There's another stall about a block away with these rosewater rice flour cakes. Take one bite and you'll think you've been transported to some high town pastry. Then bam, you open your eyes and it's the same trash-lined street as always. When he laughs, his hair falls over his eyes. He shakes his head and pushes it back. I'll show you sometime, if you've decided to stick around Lowtown, that is. The area Leander describes is far different from the ones I've experienced, but if you live anywhere long enough, I suppose it becomes home. It seems like I've been here for a while. Maybe I'll take you up on that. The bartender returns with a pair of glasses and pushes them our way. Cheers. Leander clicks his glass against mine. I take a deep sip of the malty dark ale, savoring its flavor. It was surprising finding out that you all know each other. I didn't think El Heredia would be so small. Do you know how many times I've tried getting them all in one place? It's impossible, like trying to herd a bunch of soulless. I'll take it you know them well. Depends. Was there anyone you're curious about in particular? Mian. Mian's interesting. Not very forthcoming, though. Mian's my favorite grouchy freelancer. What's your impression of them? I don't know. They seem lonely. I get the feeling they could use a friend. I think Mian prefers to be alone. What makes you say that? I've known them since they arrived to Aradia, and they've turned down every attempt I've made. Well, almost every attempt. He trails off to take a deep swig of his drink. Oh! Anyways, I'm just saying, if Mian wanted to be your friend, you'd know. Oh, the turntables. This is just a pool of people that sleep together. Oh my goodness. Okay. Do you and Curus work well together? Occasionally. Did the mysterious competent doctor catch your eye? He is... Oh, you know what? She said he asked too many questions. So here's a perfect... No, she said the doctor asked too many questions. He seems like a good person. He seems like a good person, though it's hard to believe anyone's a good person these days. That's Chorus. He works hard to serve the people of Lowtown. He's a miracle worker, even if his bedside manners could use some work. Do you think he might be able to cure my curse? Leander starts to speak, but pauses to consider me for a moment. Chorus is good, but he's only a doctor. Unless you're actively dying, he'll make you wait in line all day, like everyone else. Vera. What do you know about Vera? Leander shakes his head slowly, his expression grave. Vera's a living example of the Cenobium's cruelty. Most days they keep him on a short leash. I'm surprised you ran into him. Tell me, what'd you make of him? He's rude. Is he always so rude? Leander snorts, but a small tugs at his lips. To everyone but Aias. If Vera's ever nice to you, you should take that as a hint to run. Why would the Cenobium let someone so dangerous hang around up in bars? As long as he gets his job done, they don't care. And I mean, I don't mind having him around. He can be fun. He's got a real presence. He's blushing too. What exactly does that mean? Leander shrugs and laughs under his breath. He's nice to look at, mouthy, but his tongue's the least dangerous part of him. Oh my stars. Ias? So you're friends with Ias? Have been for a while, but he's rarely in town. Where'd you run into him? The Sea Spring? Leander chokes on his drink. He coughs violently into his fist before giving me a surprised look. You went all the way out there? How did he treat you? Oh gosh. I'm saving even though it doesn't matter. He was upfront. He was honest. He told me about how the Sea Spring's powers comes with a heavy price. Losing your mind, becoming one of his funny, brainless pets. He sighs, pausing before he speaks again. Does that sound worth it to you, Leah? The only pet he has are soulless. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean it like that. Ias has my respect and takes care of his own. For a moment, Leander stares deep into the bottom of his glass. When he looks up again, the circles under his eyes seem even deeper than usual. All those red-eyed minions creep me out. Can we talk about someone else? That about covers it. Are you tired of standing? Let's find somewhere to sit. Leander pushes away from the bar, beckoning me to follow him. He leads me to a small booth hidden in the nook of the bar. A pair of bloodhounds notice him and immediately leap to their feet, offering their seats to us. As I slid into the booth, a web of graffiti scratched into the booth tabletop catches my eye. The deepest grooves form from the outline of a dog. From Leander's posters, dozens of rough etched names surround the drawing, some fresh, some well worn. What is all this? It's a tradition. Whenever someone joins the Bloodhound, they have a drink with us and then they carve their initials. The barkeeper must love that. After the first year, she finally stopped charging me extra for damages. 2 years and countless drinks later, she added her own name. You're not planning on recruiting me, are you? He quickly shakes his head. Not yet. You need time to think about your own path. Do you know what you're going to try next? The question gives me pause. I take my hand out from under my cloak and rest them on the table. Do you think you can help me? Of course. We can find answers together. Leander starts to reach for me as though meaning to take my hand before stopping himself. His eyes flickers to mine. I won't fail you, Leah. And if you ever need a taste of normalcy, I'm always here for you. My chest tightens at the memory of touching him. Even now? Leander swallows. The table groans under his elbows as he leans forward. The booth is so narrow that he's completely blocking my view of the bar counter. It's almost as though Leander and I are completely alone, if that's what you want. How did it make you feel? It was warm, exciting. I don't know how to describe it. Leander rests his right hand on the table. He looks at me, smiling when I place my hand on his. Slowly, he begins unwinding the bandage, stopping every so often to glance at me. I'm just giving this man permission to touch all over me, ? As my skin becomes visible, I cast another glance around the bar, but as far as I can see, no one's paying us any attention. Leander squeezes my hand gently. No one will notice. He pulls back, raising his hand to his mouth so he can tug his glove off with his teeth. The muscles in his forearm tighten as he flexes his fingers. This is another CG that I'm missing. Our eyes meet and Leander offers his hand again. There you go. Hand holding on demand. A lump forms in my throat. I'm certain Leander sees it in my face, the flicker of desperation. His voice lowers to a whisper. Anything you want, Leah. I only have one option. I'm gonna save anyways, because we always save regardless of how many options we got. I'm reaching out, allowing the tips of my fingers to glide along the lines of his palm. I already did this, hang on. He shudders with a nervous laugh. That tickles. Emboldened, I twine our fingers together and give an experimental squeeze. His hand is soft. Somehow I expected it to be more rough. Leander looks from our hands to me and smiles. Nice, isn't it? Yeah. I've done this once already, but I still makes me lightheaded. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to this. I chose to touch his face. It didn't say touch his face, it said touch his hand. What? And yet I want to be even closer. My heart hammers, filling my ears with a pulse that grows unbearably loud until I pull my hand back. Are you alright? I can barely hear his words over my pounding heart, but I manage to nod. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, I think I'm just getting a little dizzy. He gives me a gentle smile, eyes crinkling at the edges. You had a long day. You deserve some rest. Luckily, your room's just upstairs. Want me to walk you back? Yeah, walk me back. There was two choices, touch his face or touch his hand. I wonder why. Mine's I downloaded off of Steam. So if I download it off of Steam, maybe it doesn't have the most updated patch or something. Just breaks my heart. I shake my head and begin wrapping my hand back up. With each deep breath, my head feels more clear. I'm fine, but thank you. Thanks for everything. Remember what I told you. If you ever need a break from the chaos of the city, I'll be here for you. When I rise, Leander gives me one last smile. Good night, Leah. Good night. I trudge up the stairs, but even as I leave Leander behind, the warmth of his skin still lingers on mine, burning through the bandages. Alright. Oh, what a cutie! Wait, that's his close-up. Leander offers you something that should be impossible, something of normalcy, free of the curse. First person it touches, he can change your life, but something simply too good to be true. Leander promises to help unravel your curse. But ... I also wonder if, like, did I break this game? I swear when I looked at settings, like, there wasn't, like, a wide version. Also, I don't remember it being that low on frame hertz. The sizes as they go down stay the same. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. Alright, we're gonna do the last boy now. Morbid curiosity draws me after Ias. I slick out the back of the wet wick. Morbid curiosity? Go on. The alley's dead silent, not really what I expected from a fight. A dull crunch reaches my ears, then a thud. I peer around the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Dark, glistening red splatters the ground, spidering through the seams of the cobblestone. It guides my eyes to a collapsed body across from me. One so violent, the roughneck is now little more than a sack of crumpled flesh, blotted with mud. Ias exhales, his breath misting against the cold air, blood flecks his knuckles as he looms over the motionless body, his feet on either side of it. Fear spreads like ice in my bones. Moments ago, he was choking and friendly with the others, but now Ias's crimson eyes find me in the dark. Not running, Sparrow. I wearily raise to my feet, moonlight illuminating my face. I thought I was out of sight. Got eyes in the back of my head. Aya steps off the roughneck. My eyes stay locked on the body. It's wet with layers of blood and grime, completely still. He's alive. Are you sure? Calling me a killer or a liar? Liar. Liar, which I guess is both. In that case, he's dead. I squint and he smirks back. I don't know if we should be smiling. Don't believe me? To be honest, it's hard to believe anything coming out of your mouth. I'm a liar after all. His bloodied knuckles catch his attention. He tries to rub them clean, but ends up smearing the blood around more. I keep making bad impressions on you. Didn't know you cared so much about my opinion. Just prefer you don't piss yourself when we talk. Annoyance bubbles in my chest. Well, I'm not pissing myself even with your bad impressions. Like the first time we met, Ias chips away at my fear, replacing it with irritation instead. Ias kneels beside the roughneck and frisk him. I can't help but wonder if the crime was worth the punishment, but I hold my tongue. Deftly, Ias's hands search through the roughneck's pockets. It doesn't take long to find his prize, a cigarette and a matchbox. He strikes a match. Sparks light up his angular features with a golden glow. It's distracting for a moment, but my gaze inevitably drops back to the muddied body. You're just gonna leave him there? Ias draws deep from the cigarette. He exhales heavily, smokes curling past his lips. I breathe in the sweet, spiced scent of cloves. As his tension melts away, he looks at me with cool-lidded eyes. Should I give him a blanket? Unbothered by the maybe corpse, he takes a seat on a crate opposite the bar. I stand awkwardly, forgetting why I came out here in the first place. Who am I? An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Weather's nice. Cold, murky, and humid, he means. I want to believe he's teasing me, but for all I know, this is pleasant for Eridia. Was Princess good company? Who? He takes another long drag. His metal rings catch the light of the cigarette and the flash of red. The soulless who escorted you back. You named it Princess. Jealous? I return a smile. You have no idea. I think your nickname's more fitting. Sparrow. Not sure where Ias got it from. Maybe I should tell him to call me by my name, but it's kind of nice. But does he call all the girls Sparrow, or is it just me? Not that I'd ever tell him that. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly change the subject back to the soulless. She was cute. She was kind of cute in a weird way. I glanced absent-mindedly at my hands, remembering how she nuzzled into my palm at my touch. Ice's eyes softened for a brief moment. Her tail wouldn't stop going when she got back. The group of them don't get much attention. Think she's cute now? Wait till you see her tricks. You taught her tricks. Princess is the best pet ever. I need a CG of her and Ias. Yeah! Oh my god! Also, I didn't even notice he was smiling. I want to see what the soulless puppy looks like. Princess is a smart one. She'll learn anything if you have the right reward. Sounds about right. The idea of a tamed soulless is still so outlandish to me. I was mauled by a mindless, bloodthirsty beast, and he's talking about them like they're pets. Is it possible all because of the sea spring? I need to get the answers he wouldn't give me before. I carefully take a seat beside him on the crate, contemplating my strategy. He doesn't seem to mind. He closes his eyes, tilts back his head against the wall, relaxed. Without the pressure of his intense gaze, I feel myself ease up too. As long as I keep my attention away from the bloody heap across from us. I glance over at Ias and allow my eyes to linger. A sea glass-colored tattoo spirals up his arm, painted over grooves of muscle. Silver jewelry glints in the moonlight. It draws my eyes to his bare chest, rough hands, carved jaw. His ears, his horns, his pupils, His eyes are closed. Everything about him is sharp, even the fangs that only show when he grins. But my attention draws back to the tattoo. Something about it feels unnatural, as if the tendrils move when I'm not looking. What's your verdict? I whip my head in the opposite direction. What verdict? Got a long, good look? Are you impressed? Or do I need work? My face grows hot. I've seen worse. You're annoying. You're annoying. His responds with a low chuckle draped in smoke. I love him so much. He's pretty precious. I like him. Didn't stop you from staring. My embarrassment spikes. Without thinking, I blurt out a change of topic. I have a question about the sea spring. Boredom eclipses his amusement in an instant, and he closes his eyes again. Of course you do. I thought I made myself clear. What you'd have to give up. Before you kicked me out to go drinking, I still need to know more. My turn for a question. Sounds more like an order than anything else. I bristle under his narrowed gaze. Fine. He takes a long pull from his cigarette and lets the smoke trail slowly from his lips. Your curse. What about it? This song and dance is all too familiar. The selfish questions come first. What does it do? Is it painful? Can you control it? I brace myself for the inevitable onslaught. Is it the thought of living with it really so unbearable? My dread dies with his words. No one has asked me that before. You survived this long. Unless you're running out of time, I'm wondering if it's really worth the sacrifice. He flicks the cigarette aside and props his head on his blood-smeared knuckles. But what do I know? I'm just an outsider. My fingers fuss with the trim of my cloak. Ordinarily, I'd feel annoyed, but now my chest feels tight. You could have sold me if you were less honest. You're a shit salesman. Thought I was a liar. I changed my mind. We lapse into silence again. This time I'm surprisingly nice. The quiet, chilled air is a calming reprieve. You know, you don't seem like an outsider back at the bar. A lot of people like you. Ayas raises a brow at me. I started by asking about Vera. I was surprised to see that you and Vera are so close. Blessing and a curse. From what I've gathered, most people think he's, I don't know, an asshole? And water's wet. I wait for him to elaborate or to add his thoughts, but he doesn't. So what do you like about him? He lets out a quick laugh, as if amused by my question. A lot of things. You already named one. You like that he's an asshole. Temperament matches the drapes, looks good in blood, and better in tears. Favorite things to tell. Sometimes it frizzes up if he catches himself, clears his throat. It's hard not to let the disappointment show in my expression. Vera is one of the most honest people you'll meet. Just don't listen to a single thing he says. Those sound like complete opposites to me. Ooh, she did feel a little jealousy, Curious. I didn't know that you and Curtis were friends. In a way, I help him in the clinic sometimes. Doctors don't let most people closer than arm's length. And you do? Heart's on my sleeve. Get the sense Curious was like that in the past. Must have been burned. He trails off after the last few words, then shrugs. He opens up in his own way if he's relaxed enough. I don't know how to even imagine that. He'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an enduring side. I can't decide what's more intriguing, the fact that Curtis has an endearing side or the idea that Ayas has managed to coerce it out of him. Tell me if you uncover any of his other secrets. I'd kill to know more. Mien. Maybe Mien doesn't necessarily like you, but they definitely pay attention to you. Ayas' reaction takes me off guard. He growls, pinches the bridge of his nose, as exasperated as I've ever seen him. I make enemies as easily as I breathe Sparrow. Doesn't bother me. But that dove's got it out for me for no reason. Maybe they're unsettled by the sea spring. It's not about that. Goes without saying that they've got some issues. Don't think they understand that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Honey has left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. It could be the same for them. At least you're capable of a conversation. Thank you. Do me a favor and teach the dubs some manners. Thought they'd lay off eventually. If I didn't bite, hasn't happened yet. I briefly considered the possibility that Mian wanted to get bitten. I'm not about to propose that thought. Leander, you and Leander clearly get along well. You like Leander? Doesn't everyone? He helped me a lot since I arrived at Eridia. He even got me a free room at the Wetwick. His charms have gotten him far, but for a leader, he sure likes it when others take control. Part of me desperately wants to ask what he means, but Ayas continues before I get the chance. Surprised we get along? I thought you'd be at each other's throats instead of drinking buddies. His smile is easy, but there's a danger edge to it. Leander's done a good job for a human. Naturally, there'll come a time when his resolve is tested. Same be said for anyone in this plane or the next. As for my resolve, well, stick around in Eridia long enough and you'll find out. I nod slowly. I can't decide if it sounds like a promise or a threat. Got any more observations, Sparrow? My main point is that, speaking from experience, being an outsider usually means you don't have friends. I don't. I level him with a tired look. Fine. I'll confess, I have one friend. Don't say yourself. Osidious. As soon as he says the name, a thick wave of unease runs through me, the same sensation I felt at the sea spring and in the outskirts. But as quickly as the sick feeling hits me, it dissipates, leaving me oddly numb against the pickled cold. Who's that? A friend. He lives in my head. It lives in your head. Ayas taps the temple with his temple with a finger. Right here. Scared you off yet? That's the third bad impression I've made on you today. I'm stunned for a long moment, processing what he just told me. Then I burst into a fit of laughter. You're serious? Ayas grins wide enough to flash his fang. I don't see the fangs. Don't tell me he has fangs. And then he has the straightest teeth smile I have ever seen. His dear friend. Deadly. It sounds so fucking absurd, I can't help it. On top of everything I've gone through today, it feels like I'm living a fever dream. I've come close to death more times than I can count, encountered tame soulless and a horrifying group mind, and now I'm supposed to believe that there's someone living inside Ayas' head. There are tears in my eyes by the time I rein myself in. Ayas waited patiently, lips quirked in amusement. Sorry, it just sounds so ridiculous. The tension that wound my shoulders so tightly had melted away, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I can breathe. I feel better. Dukas, where in the rat's ass are you? Raucous gruff shouted, rising in the streets, echoed by the sounds of heavy boots sloshing in the mud. The voice shares the roughneck's accent from the bar, the same roughneck who is still maybe dead and lying bloodied across from us. I nearly forgot about him. She forgot maybe about a dead guy. I shoved in my feet as their voice gets louder. They're closing in quick. Ayas pulls me by the wrist out of the alley, away from the beaming moonlight. We dive into a nook between buildings, veiled in the shadows of a tattered canopies. This is another CG, him like holding her, right? The dead guy's not our issue. Listen, he was mean. He pushed me. It's a tight fit. Ayas boxes me in against the wall. His body is all but pressed against mine as he towers over me. For the second time today, the hearty scent of smoke envelops me, but this time cut with the metallic ting of someone else's blood. I will forget about Ayas. I will forget about the guy because of Ayas, yes. Ayas pitches his voice low. Quiet. My heart leaps into my throat. I want a CG for this. This should have a CG. There should be a picture of us, like, together. This is why the main character needs a body. Needs a body. I'm suddenly acutely aware of the heat radiating off of Ias's body, the feeling of his legs grazing my thigh, the closeness of his breath. This is bad. I squirm against him and earn a burning crimson glare. Do you really have to? His hand covers my mouth, muffling my whispers. He shakes his head. Don't. He's over here, Dukas. Wake up, you bastard. A group of individuals, all brandishing spiked weapons, fill the alley. They all wear violet sashes, some kind of uniform. I wish I could see what they're doing, but Ai's arms all but blocking my sight. My eyes trail up to the teal markings, the coil around his arm, his bicep. They lead up to Ai's collarbone, to the cords hanging around his neck. Are we just going to reach up and touch him? Touch him. And to my chagrin, into the smuggest smirk I've ever seen. Bite him? Wait. I have bite him as an option? Why is that in red? Is violence always red? I'm biting him. Stare at his chest. Glare at him. I'm gonna bite him. Sometimes I don't mind if MC's got a body, but only because there's some devs want to do that. But money and other stuff, that reminds me. I feel like they should have like 2 body forms, right? You can choose masculine or feminine. You can be a guy or a girl, that's fine. You can be whatever you want. And they don't have to show their face, but like you can't make certain CGs without a body. I move before I can think, opening my mouth enough to bare my teeth and bite down on Ias's palm hard. He winces, surprise splashing across his feature. His hand leaves my mouth and I gasp in air. My breath is rapid from the adrenaline, but it's only when I lick my lips, when I taste the metallic tang of blood, that I realize I broke skin. Panic builds in my chest, my body tenses, bracing for his reaction. Every movement he makes is slow and deliberate. He bends down, leans close to my ear, and in a husky whisper only I can hear, at least someone could draw blood today. A hot thrill jolts through me. For a heartbeat, I forgot to breathe. Some devs can't do it, but IDK anything about making a game. I don't know, because I always picture how like we have CGs that have like slight movements where it's clearly the same image where they just changed one thing. I feel like they can do it if they wanted to. I know it costs money. I know everything costs money. But if you give them a generic shape, she's wearing a cloak. What if her cloak is pulled up? You wouldn't even see her face. They could even use the same CG for both the boy and the girl. All these guys are supposed to be towering giants, except for the one that is not a guy. I hate that some stuff costs money. Listen, I want an outline. I want to pull me in. Pull me in, give me a body. Voices in the alley grab Ias's attention this time. Shit, he's got more broken ribs than whole ones. What kind of freak did this? Fan out, find the cocksucker responsible, you 3. Take Duckus back to base. Least he's still breathing. He's breathing. The alley clears out as footsteps rush away from him. We stay still until they're distant, melting into the rumble of the quarter. When we finally step back into the moonlight, the night air is ice on my skin. I feel dazed and the need to keep my eyes off Ias at all costs. Was that really necessary? The tremble to my voice is nothing but embarrassing. Could ask you the same thing. Didn't know sparrows could bite. You're lucky I didn't do worse. Try me. See, I love it. I love flirt. Flirt with me. Some devs want to do a certain stuff to a game, but they can't. I got no money, but I always be like, hey, check this game and the Kickstarters. This one looks very nice. It's very clean. All the characters are very clean too. I feel like since they had a Kickstarter, they could have had a Kickstarter where they could have added the girl, the guy, or whatever you want to be. What if you could be a lizard person? I'm just saying, I got skin. The thought of whipping that shitty grin off his face is definitely tempting. Staying hidden was the best option. Would be a hassle to run into them with you there. What? Because I'm dead weight? Because 3 bad impressions are enough for one day. The answer is too vague for my liking, but he's probably right. Either way, I don't have the energy to argue. Come on, Sparrow, let's get you home before you're framed for murder. Very funny. Can I ask him to come inside? Like, just saying, I'm curious. We reached the front of the wet wick too quickly. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to separate from Ias yet. And not just because he never answers my questions. The Kickstarter for this is fully funded. I think it's gonna be on Switch too. Ooh, Switch. Say it ain't so. I love Switch games. I love Ias so much. Ias is hot. He's hot. He's good. He's 10. He's 10. He's infuriating. As easy as he makes me feel on edge, he can make me feel safe, secure somehow. You know where to find me. At the creepiest place in the world. Take your time before you decide to drink. I happen to like your shitty attitude. It takes me a moment to process it, then my eyes flutter down to my feet. I'll keep that in mind. When I glance back up from the ground, Ias is already down the street, disappearing into the throng of people. No fanfare, not even a wave. Asshole. An intimidating yet laid-back outsider. Ias Seaspring onto it. He offers you price means submitting yourself to the horrifying at the heart of the spring. Oh, will you gaze into the abyss for answers even if you lose yourself? I mean, look at this guy. Wouldn't you? I mean, I always imagine how my characters have to deal with Ias and Vera, chaotic as hell. I like him. He's dangerous. You could tell he was dangerous the moment he said hi. You know what I mean? Like, I do appreciate that they gave 2 characters eyes that look like they're from an anime. I don't know, they're all pretty cute. They made really good looking characters. Like, all these bodies are very good bodies. He's got the dangerous vibes. Yeah, you just look at him, you're like, oh man, I'm in trouble. Like, you know instantly. You don't get ears like that without being trouble. Or bondage. Or those pecs. Saying. Like, 6-packs don't just happen, you have to work for them. That's a lot of commitment. I will say that was very enthralling. I did enjoy it. I do want more of this game. So I ended that one going, and then what happens? I think Ias might be my favorite. I'm still saying his name wrong. But Leander is interesting. I do enjoy that they definitely imply that Leander slept with them. Mihan and Leander have slept together at least once. Ias and Veer have definitely slept together at least once. And in fact, these 2 might have slept together at least once. Leander might have also slept with Vier once, based on the blush on his face. Imagine voice acting. Are they gonna get voice actors? Because, like, they need to be talking like sex. Him, especially, he's gonna sound like straight sex. He should have such a deep voice. His voice needs to be so deep it hurts. Say that to Vier and he will kill you. Listen. He blushed, okay? Maybe they had a bad night. They slept together. It's like when you hate your ex, you know what I'm saying? He said that Vier is the worst thing that those guys did, like, because they kept him. Imagine in game if you ask him, did he kiss Leander? Oh man, don't ask Vier that question, but ask Leander. Leander blushed instantly. He's all like, Vier's good to look at. He's like, I like looking at him. He's a flirt. He's a flirt. He's not afraid to take someone home. I would say he's less willing to take people home, but he calls us Sparrow. How sweet. However, it would be intriguing to hear him call other people Sparrow. Or like have someone say like, oh, you're little sparrows. And then she'll find out that she's not the only one being called Sparrow by him. And then the shade. By the way, I assume this was going to be 2 hours. It's been 4.5 hours. So I guess I will not be doing another one today. I don't think I have enough time to do more than one. But that's okay. This one was really fun. I very much enjoyed it. I will be looking forward to this game. The real question is, will I be starting it from the very beginning when it comes out? I guess I have no choice, actually. Let me phrase that right. Because this is just the demo, and if I get it on the Switch, then I have to start over. I don't get another time for a demo. It's almost 2, and I'm going to be at work at 4, so I don't have time to do another one. I was hoping I could do 2. But tomorrow, I've already said this, I'm going to Game On Expo, and I don't know how long we're going to be, so I could probably do a demo tomorrow, especially if the other ones are shorter. But I downloaded all 3, and I made thumbnails for all 3. I was so prepared. I was so ready. But TOUCHSTARVED is great. I love this. This is a great time. I like her name. Also, she can touch him. She doesn't even need to cure herself with this guy. She can just sleep with this guy. In fact, I thought she was going to. I thought these two might just take her back to their homes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought those, like... Listen, there's some routes where I feel like, you know what? It could happen. It could happen in one day. That guy could take me home. Ias can take me home. If someone looked like that and was flirting with me, I would want to know what they want from me. Like my kidney? I saw ISMC and Leander fan art. Ooh. Those are my 3 favorites right now, so I liked it. I'm looking forward to I'm dying. You'll have to share it on the Discord so we can all see. But yeah, that was really fun. I enjoyed the game. So we will see when the rest of it releases. Thank you so much for joining today. I thought I'd do more than one demo today, but this one took so long. Thank you for joining, Asia. Thank you for Jay. Thank you to Ninja who stopped in earlier. There was somebody else. Jay, who was here today? Oh no. Blue stopped by. Blue, thank you for stopping by. Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a lovely day. If you're watching this on YouTube, I do stream on Twitch about 3 times a week. And as always, Twitch, I upload all my VODs onto YouTube so you can check out what's going on over there. And if you join our Discord, you can ramble and sometimes help me decide what to use for the thumbnails over there. I've been slowly sharing more things. So thank you guys so much. Have a lovely day. Bye. Bye, bye, bye.